PhD from Queen's University of Belfast, UK. He is currently the Vice Chancellor, Marwadi University, Rajkot, and former VC, SRMIST, Chennai, and also the former past president of Association of Indian Universities, New Delhi. Formerly, Dr. Sancheti headed 8 central government institutes of national importance, thereby setting a record of being the youngest to have done so. He has led private universities in a span of just 37 years. He is a recipient of Commonwealth Scholarship Fellowship under Colombo Plan and was visiting faculty at Asian Institute of Technology at Bangkok. He is known for his excellent reasoning and critical thinking, and had opportunity to speak to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Education Matters and was invited to address the members of Parliament on issues of job opportunities in higher education. He is member of Council, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. He is chairman, Board of Governance of MLV Textile Engineering College, Bhilwara, India, and Jodhpur Institute of Engineering and Technology, Jodhpur, India. He is currently a member of ACU in London, and he's also serving different professional bodies in various parts of India and abroad. He has contributed more than 80 research papers in journal and conferences. In the past, he was member of 12th Plan Preparation Committee of MHRD, member Kakotkar Committee for Review of NITs, member Governing Council, ECI, Hyderabad. Sir, we are very much privileged to have you here for this particular session. Our first speaker for today's session is Professor V.N. Rajashekaran Pillai. I request our respected Pro-Vice Chancellor to please come on the stage and felicitate our chairperson, Professor Sancheti. Our first speaker for today's session is Professor V.N. Rajashekaran Pillai. Professor Rajashekaran Pillai is Vice Chancellor, Somaya Vidya Vihar University. He has been at the helm of affairs of many higher educational and research establishments for the last 47 years of service as a teacher, researcher, professor, and executive head of education, science, and technological establishments in the country and abroad. Sir, we welcome you all, and I request our Director DSW to please felicitate him. Dr. Mustajib Khan, sir. Thank you, sir. Our second speaker of today's session is Professor G.C. Bhimani. He is Vice Chancellor of the Saurashtra University, Rajkot, Gujarat. He also worked as a professor and head of the department, director of IQAC, dean of the Faculty of Science and coordinator of UGC NET examination, director of Center for Social Exclusion and Inclusion Policy, chairman of Saurashtra University Central Admission Board. He has a very good understanding of the academic disciplines with 30 years of experience. He has published more than 60 research papers, 5 books, and almost 20 PhD students under his guidance. He was awarded for the National Merit Scholarship for Higher Education during the year 1984 to 1986 by the Department of Education, Government of Gujarat. His specialization in applied statistics and biostatistics. He is serving in the post since 1993. He has the ability to engage constructively with people, excellent communication skills, very good ambassadorial and diplomatic person, and excellent delegation skill. He's promoting and representing the university both internally and externally. He visited almost all the continents for academia in his career. So we are very glad to have you here in this session. I request our director, DSW, to please welcome, sir. We are still waiting for our fourth speaker who is on the way. And now I hand over the session to our chairperson. Yes.
A very good morning to everyone and welcome to day 2 of our West Zone Vice Chancellors meet. Happy to see very fresh faces uh, for today's first session and last technical session. Before we start, I'd like to inform you that this is going to be a purely physical panel. Yesterday you had the mixed mode, but today it's all the physical, which we all love. Teachers, and I know vice chancellors are quite keen on that. So Professor Kale, however, would be joining us in note very soon as he's on the way. But I'm very happy that I'm joined by very distinguished Professor V.N. Rajshekharan Pillai Sahab, and also my immediate neighbor and supporter for us, Professor Bhimani, because I live next door to his university. My house entrance is on the entrance of the Saurashtra University gate number 2. So I'm very happy that we are together on the panel here. Friends, this subject of evaluation reforms for transforming higher education obviously is very important. Since yesterday we have been knowing it. In my opinion, as teachers, we all need to do what you call teaching, learning, various kinds of development, research, innovation. But evaluation assessment is an equally important pillar of our activity. Why I'm making mention of that is because it's often neglected. If I've attended, let's say in last 5 years, X number of conferences, I would possibly say that this was never a topic which was ever discussed in any such conference. So for that reason, I would like to congratulate AIU, the leadership, Professor Das, Professor Mittal, Professor Sharma, to have taken up something very unique for this particular West Zone's Vice Chancellors meet, because it's something which was, desiring lots of reforms. And let's see if collectively we can come out with something as an outcome of these 2 days of discussions and impactful assessments of what we think is right in this direction or not. And therefore, this can also become one of the important initiatives under new education policy. Directly, there is not much said that what needs to be done, but indirectly, it's all implied that we need to be focusing on outcome based and all that. And therefore, what are the assessment methods? What are the tools? What are the other possibilities of evaluation assessment are important. Today's session, we have the time allocated as per the schedule given. Welcome, Professor Kale. We are just starting. I've used my 2-3 minutes. Don't worry, sir. It's happens to all of us, but we didn't know Aurangabad is also included in that list, but that's fine. That's the state of all the cities right now. So, Madam, would you like to introduce Professor Kale right now? Please do, and then I'll continue.
We have with us our third speaker, Dr. Karbhari Vishwanath Kale. He's the Vice Chancellor of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada Ambedkar Technological University. He is the Senior Professor of Computer Science and Information Technology, worked as a Director, Board of College and University Development of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad. He was head of the department, Computer Science and IT at the university for more than 19 years. He has also served as director of the University Network and Information Center, that is UNIC, of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University. He has acted as a president of the ICT section of the Indian Science Congress Association, Kolkata, in the year 2015, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India. He has served on various state-level committees like Prospective Development Plan, Rashtriya Uchatta Shikshan Abhiyan, Higher Education Policy, New University Act, Higher and Technical Education Government of India. Sir has more than 32 years of experience in research, innovation, and teaching at the UG, PG, and PhD level. He has published more than 364 national and research papers in national and international journals. He has 6 books to his credit and 23 book chapters. He has recently been granted with 2 Australian patents and has been published 8 Indian patents already. Professor Karbhari Kare is director, chief editor, and also reviewer in various national and international journals. And he has mobilized the research funds of crores from various funding agencies like DST, UGC, RUSA, Media Lab, etc. So we are very humbled to have you over here. Thank you for attending the session. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, madam, for nicely
Yes,
introducing.
sir. And sir, I request Registrar Sir, Professor Bhagwan Sakre to please welcome Professor Kare. Thank you, sir. I once again hand over the session to Professor Sancheti for further deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for very generous introduction of all of us. So, friends, I'll continue from where I left. Yesterday, we had discussions on 2 important aspects, which are continuous assessment and evaluation, and of course, the use of technology for assessment and evaluation. They have set the tone for today's discussions, and those were, of course, shared by Professor Mukhopadhyay and Professor Pawar, and great deal of insights is what we got. I was quite excited to learn many things. I've made my book full of notes to digest some of the points. I don't necessarily come from a domain where I can explain the finer differences between assessments and evaluations and summative and formative and objective and whatever those kind of terminologies we use. But I'll still be saying that I'll be an avid user of anything which is new, which can make difference, which can possibly make me do my job better. And it is with that intent, I'll be discussing some points here. And fortunately, the session given to me happens to be one which is like that only: innovative assessment methods and capacity building of faculty. We need both of them. Innovation should always be a constant endeavor for all of us, and capacity building. And India without capacity will not be an India. And as a technologist, I can say all the good things, when they scale up, when the scale of operation goes up in terms of utility or usefulness, the non-linearities of operations creep in. And with those non-linearities, everything starts failing. All your input is not linearly translated into output, and therefore it goes in harmonics here and there. And that's where the challenges come in the policies. So I'll be very happy to set the tone. I've been given a couple of minutes to set the tone, and then the 3 eminent speakers, panelists will be sharing their views for 10 to 12 minutes. Hopefully, we have a lot of questions related to today's topic or otherwise the connected topics also, and we'll spend something like 40 minutes on our discussions and Q&A also. So the topic for our session is innovative assessment methods and capacity building. I'll make it a little simple for me. I'll call it the innovation mostly required is on the personalization. One size fits all will not be the answer. Every time we talk about assessment, we are shown that a fish is also supposed to climb the tree, and the elephant is also supposed to climb the tree, and therefore climbing tree cannot be the answer for the assessment of all those who are required to do. I think that is there. So you need to do it. One size fits all will not do. So horses for courses kind of an approach will be required. And that I'll call it personalization. So innovation is more towards personalization, and capacity building is more towards massification, that you can massify your exams. And we know that how difficult it is when the exams become too big for us, particularly our public service commissions. are known and they are on the wrong side of the entire game plan when it comes to massification, that the paper leaks have become a common thing. Today, there are leaders who say we don't charge for examinations, but we will charge you for giving you the question paper. I think that's the kind of fun the whole examination and evaluation is going through. So we need to put that to a right perspective. So I'll set the tone by giving you some innovation points. I'm not going to explain them right now, but I think we need to understand. Number one
Recording in
is
progress.
when I say innovation, 4 examples possibly for innovation and 4 or 5 for massification, some opening points only. One is the open book examination system. I would say that entire life of a student after graduation or after he or she goes for the job is an open book examination system. No other time their boss will say that reproduce this answer from what you have mugged or what is there in the book or whatever. Everything which is asked by my superiors in a meeting, in a conference, in a situation, they say, okay, you get 3 days, 4 days, 10 days, 1 month, get this answer, get this solution. And that is nothing but an open book approach. Why should not we transform our students right from beginning? School is a closed book, I would say, typically, and life is an open book. And our duty as teachers is to transform that from that closed book to open book. And therefore, I would suggest one of the thing, and which I try to mandate in my universities, that every semester there should be at least one subject where there's an open book examination system. I'll not go into explaining what is open book examination system, but I would simply say it by an example that I happen to be topper of my class in my master's program, overall master's program, wherever I did it. And my toughest exam was my open book examination system when I appeared for in it for the first time. In fact, I ended up only getting 49.5 marks out of 100, whereas I knew everything about that subject. That is how tough it was. And my teacher was worried that is this guy who's supposed to be topper of the class is going to fail in this, because it was in 2 parts, and one of the parts I did not score anything. So possibly it teaches you a lot of good things about life if you know what is an open book examination system. The second would be, is this life where we do everything individually? And if we claim that we do it individually, I think this is the bane of Indian system. Today, even Nobel prizes are all going to teams. We are not promoting adequate team efforts in our country. And that should also happen while we are assessing the students. It should happen at every stage, but should happen at the assessment also. There should be, all our examinations are individual centric. If Sandeep Sancheti is to top, he will not be helping Professor G.D. Sharma or anyone, Pankaj Mittalji, because he wants to secure his position. Is that a winning solution for Sandeep Sancheti? My answer today will be no. Unless I work in team, it should not be there. And therefore, can we start with an assessment called team assessment? And by the way, if you'd like to read more about it, way back in 2013, I was a part of Kakotkar committee. Kakotkar committee is the one which reviewed IITs and reviewed NITs. I indirectly contributed to IIT's review, but directly contributed to, as a team member, to NIT's review. And there we had suggested that 20 to 30% of my assessment should be my team's assessment also. It is then, it will become my duty as a topper that I handle all my teammates and make the average go up by helping the team people. Otherwise, toppers or good people don't necessarily care about the not so good people. What we want is not that few toppers are very good in India. We want the average graduates are very good in India. The average should go up. Average will go up only if we promote teamwork. And for teamwork, there should be a team evaluation. That's my suggestion. Since we're talking of innovative methods or assessments, I'm saying, can we do this? Every student will get 20 to 30 marks from his team marks and 70 to 80 marks possibly, or you can change that ratio if you so wish. The next thing is, we are talking of technology. we are talking of examination. Every time we say, have you written your examination? Did you ever ask anyone else with any other terminology when you ask them whether you have appeared in your examination or not? You simply say, have you written your examination? My question to all of you is, why can't I speak in examination? Why can't my examination be a spoken examination? What is wrong with the spoken examination? Today, technologies are there. Technology can very easily take my sound signature and verify, is it Sandeep Sancheti who is speaking, or is it Professor Mukhopadhyay answering for Professor Sandeep Sancheti? Something like that can happen. It's foolproof, I would say, much foolproof than any other method. It can be much faster. 3 hours can be reduced to 2 hours. When I write, I'm slow. But when I'm speaking, possibly I can be fast. Various things can happen. Not that every examination can be open book, not that every examination can be team, not that every examination can be spoken, but there can be one examination which can be spoken. Most of the engineers, I come from engineering background, are very poor when it comes to public speaking, I've seen. Why can't you give them chance that you appear in, like as I said, they are bad at open book solutions, so give them one examination open book. They are bad at team working, they are very individualistic, give them one subject as teamwork examination. They are generally bad at speaking or sometimes writing also, many times writing also. Give them at least one spoken examination. So I like to change the terminology of examination or assessment. I would say that rather than it's written, it can be spoken or there can be new method. We always ask them, have you sat in the examination? Why should I sit in the examination? I can stand and give the examination also. And therefore, we need to break those standard notions which we have. So that's the third innovation which I wanted to talk about. And the last innovation I'd like to say that maybe I'll add one more, on-demand examination. Yesterday, there was a mention of that. One institution yesterday in the morning did claim that they are doing on-demand examination. I think in my life, everything I do on demand. I'm attending conferences on demand. I'm wearing a set of clothes based on my own demand. I'm eating food on demand. I'm moving here and there, making friends based on my own desire and demand and needs. Education is the most important, and within education, assessment is most important. Why should it not be on demand? It never factored in. Maybe there are some fundamental reasons. I'll come to that later when it comes to conclusion, but possibly not right now. So on-demand examination, I think will make students very happy. Whenever I'm ready, I eat. Whenever I'm ready, I move. Whenever I'm ready to write examination, I should be able to write it. Also, last point on innovation is, all of us have a fancy today for NAC and BA, agreed. To do so, we need to measure COs, POs, PEOs, and we define them right, left, right, center, wrong. Some consultants, everyone helps us in doing that. Ultimately, we made matrices out of that and show that we have attained something. This attainment is not for the university. This attainment, if it is there, has to be for the individual. One who has paid you the money to learn something. Are we giving them a fact sheet? Are we giving them an assessment sheet that which POs you have attained or not, where you are weak, what more can be done, things of that nature, from that data which you have generated over a period of 3 to 4 years? I think that is not going to right hands right now. It's not going to the real stakeholder who will be benefited. So these are some of the points of innovation in terms of processes, which I've told you. If I come to the massification, I would say that it's a huge task. And I'll set the tone for that by saying, every time you see a committee coming, they'll ask, where is your controller of examiners office? Then they'll try to see where is your that strong room or secrecy room and all that. Can massification be attained with the secrecy? Do you think you want to impact and make a difference to the world of assessment by saying continuous, regular, frequent, everyday kind of an assessment, and you think it can operate through secrecies? I must give an example. When I was doing my PhD, 95 is when I completed. 94 is when my guide challenged me. My work was reasonably good. And so he challenged me, Sandeep, it has to be improved further. Why? Because this is the guy best in our domain in the world from someone from US, and he is going to be your examiner. Now, 1 year back, he's announcing it to me that Sandeep, this guy is going to be examiner for you. And though I was already doing good work, I was still getting challenged from within that if this guy is going to come, I need to impress and I need to do something. Now, throwing that challenge to me made me work more harder. Had he kept it secret, I would have lingered on with whatever I was doing for next 1 year without getting prepared for facing that gentleman. Eventually, that gentleman didn't come. That's a different thing. But that openness made me work harder. I think that's the, so we need to break this rule of what you call secrecy. I don't see such things in IIT or ISC or some of the top institutions in the world. But the conventional universities have too much fancy about that. I think continuous evaluation, regular evaluation, in my case, in my understanding, cannot work hand in hand with what you call secrecy of examination. Everything cannot be centralized. It has to be decentralized. So that's one massification problem. Scalability in the light of what we call nonlinearities of operation, in the light of involvement of all stakeholders. When I became a young faculty in 1984, my life was simple. Go and do some work on the blackboard, and that's it. Someone will set the code, someone will set the scheme, someone will set the model paper, someone will set the paper, someone else will evaluate the paper, someone else will do the second evaluation if required, someone else will do the result declaration, and someone else will do the final mark sheet and this. Sandeep Sancheti was free only by doing the classroom work. Today, I have to do everything. All right. And in that everything, I need to be then empowered. Secrecies should go out to large extent, in my opinion, and autonomy to teachers should be there. Depending upon the level of my class, I can teach the class much beyond the course content given, or I can keep it little lower if the class is not adequately charged or adequate enough in terms of learning, and therefore autonomy to to uh, to be given to the teacher to what extent the course to be covered and to what extent examinations to be taken. I think that's something very important. The second thing about massification is we talk gaga about our experiences in COVID times that we started using technology. Where is the technology used in examination? Except for what we call proctored examination. The wonderful thing called AI is only for proctoring. And even there we are cursing. Even there we are finding that students cheat or can cheat. Even there, 3 cameras will not suffice. Forget about 1 or 2. Of course, yesterday we talked about 2-camera solution. There will be challenges. Chore police will always remain. This has been the trend. What I'm saying is, we effectively waste a lot of time in our world of academics. Each one of us probably must be doing with all those examinations, 3 hours of examination duty, invigilation duty every week. I'm saying in a conventional university. And 3 hours is good enough in terms of overall time. Maybe it's typically half a day we are wasting. Is it a right use of our time? Is it a constructive use of our time? Can technology not do it? Now, today, if I catch someone doing wrong in the classroom, I need to have the proof. The guy will eat the slip and guy will curse me, guy will run away. I cannot do that. If I use the technology, every proof of that would be there. Has he eaten the slip, or has he run away? Has he abused? Everything will be there. I would like to say that the technology should be used much more through even evaluation of what we call eyeball movements, the gesture movements, the facial expressions. And there can be, I'm saying, I'm not necessarily saying there should be that invigilator less examination rooms. Technology should be able to capture everything which is there, and we should be doing constructive thing, whether I'm reading a new journal or writing or doing my research or whatever, and that should suffice. I think that will make the examinations possibly foolproof and more amenable for massification if a camera and a system where it is happening can take care of that. Another massification would be, why do I take examination feedback only at the end of the semester? Why do I not take the examination or assessment or whatever evaluation at regular intervals is what possibly was given yesterday by Professor Mukhopadhyay. Why should it not be done more frequently? I would go to the extent of saying, why should it not be done daily? And I'll further extend the logic. Why should it not be done hourly? The moment I finish my class, I would give a new dimension to this discussion. Everything which we have talked about since yesterday is only analyzing, evaluating, assessing our own pupil, means our students, not us. Why should not I subject myself to my own assessment through my students? And for that, it should be on hourly basis. I've taken today's class. I've learned it from someone, very senior teacher, Richard Fedler, who used to support IUC, is a giant in pedagogical domain. And he said he wasted his life. And at the end of his teaching life, he learned that when he's finishing a class, he should keep a cardboard box on the table, and every student is requested to put a small slip. You just tear a small slip. Don't write your name. Don't write your roll number. You just write two things. One, what was the best concept explained today in the class, and what was the worst or not so good concept explained in the class. Leave it in that box. And after that is over, class is over, the teacher will take out those 30, 40, 50 slips. And from that, he will know, was his teaching today good or not? Teacher will be able to self-evaluate that. So I would go to the extent wherever possible in this technological world, do the assessments regularly, but more frequently and possibly hourly also. Similarly, last two experiments, I'm sorry, I'm taking a little longer time. One is, we talk about feedback. And feedback is, am I teaching in a nice way or not? That's fine. I need to improve. I also talked about that. What about feedback to the student himself or herself? He appears in something like 60, 80 subjects in a course of 4 years. Does he get enough feedback or she gets enough feedback about all those things? In most cases, we are not showing answer scripts. In most cases, he or she would not know where he scored marks and where he did not score marks, where he was good and where he was bad. This becomes the proprietary of the university's controller of examination, and rusting in a hall which is full of copies. And whenever it's required to trace a copy, that copy will not be traceable, generally speaking, even if there is a court order. We know the fate of all those things, and we are required to maintain it for years together. For no reason, these are being maintained. It's serving no good purpose. Let me tell you, and here I'll boast because I'm doing it very uniquely. Every copy of every student with every test he appears in my current set of university, and not my creation, it was created before I arrived there, and therefore credit goes to my predecessors or others. It's in Marathwada University. Every student can see his or her every answer script on mobile itself for the entire life of a study. We don't maintain it before he or she, after he or she graduates, but till he or she is there, every copy can be seen anytime by parents, by teachers, can be discussed. And that's the feedback we need to give to the students. I think that's very important part of evaluation. I should know where I was good or I was bad. I think that's the importance of the evaluation, which is required. So that's also something which will complete the cycle of evaluation for a student. And that's how it should be. And finally, my challenge in terms of massification, I also have a fancy of a word which was yesterday talked a lot about that. I'm not from the domain to explain it nicely, but there is only one thing which I want to, if you are asked, what would you like to deliver to your students? Everyone says they should have humility and they should have this and they should have leadership and they should have this. My take is very, very simple. I want to deliver one thing called learnability to my student. At any stage in their life, if they can learn, they should be able to learn. And I understand testing whether they have developed the ability to learn or what you call learnability is a difficult domain to test, is a difficult domain to evaluate unless we go behind the current procedures. And therefore, that will be a challenge for massification and type of questions and types of papers and types of feedbacks and various other things which can be there. So I believe I have given you some important I can say the pointers, I would say, for innovation in assessments and also for capacity building or massification. I hope with this, I can request the very distinguished set of speakers to share their views. I think I'll first obviously request Professor Dr. V.N. Rajshekharan Pillai, stalwart of the higher education. I have worked with him in the Distance Education Council. He has possibly headed the world's biggest university in terms of the student enrollments, the IGNU, and of course UGC and various other forums where Sir has contributed immensely. Sir, I welcome you to express your views. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sanjit. First of all, let me thank the AIU and the university for extending me an invitation to come over here and participate in this very important discussion. I, as the chairman congratulated, I wish to congratulate the AIU for identifying 5 different themes for the various zones. And examination is the most sensitive and the most important thing. Professor Sanjit has mentioned almost all the points. Probably I would like to add a little bit here and there. For me, examination is not a process. To pass or fail a student or to put him in with a certain marks like distinction, first class, second class. Examination is to find out what, as a teacher, what I have taught is learned by the students. That is the purpose of examination. It is not just, examination is not only for the students. Examination is also for the teacher. For example, if by simple logics, if a student scores 60% of the 60% marks in an examination, according to the present system. So we say that he has only learned 60% of what is expected to be learned. The 40% has not been learned. So that is why we conduct another examination, and then we want to convince ourselves that he has taught, he has learned whatever is expected out of that particular curriculum module, and then we certify that he has. And now, of course, I am not saying about the evaluation system and the marking system as a whole. If you just look at examination, the CBSE examinations and all that, A2 plus is the almost 99% students get the A2 plus, like that's a sort of thing. So examination should be taken as a very dynamic process where teachers have to get lot of inputs about the students. Probably diagnostic evaluation, of course, just as open book examination, even 1982 we mentioned about diagnostic evaluation. A teacher should be able to diagnose why that 40%, only why 60% is scored, why that 40% is not done. We have to find out, and this varies from learner to learner. And therefore, the teacher has the responsibility to find out why that particular person is not scoring. It may not be just because of he has not learned it. Probably there may be other difficulties also, and therefore it is very important to find out that evaluate, take the examination as an evaluation, very critical evaluation on the teaching itself. Of course, as a teacher, if he has not learned that 40%, if he or she has failed, it is a failure of the teacher also. That is, I am failed in probably instructing properly and then getting the correct outcome. That is that factor, and this has to be taken very seriously by the teachers. And of course, we are thinking about change of examinations. We have been telling you for all universities. Originally, there was an examination reform section for all universities in the country. I remember I worked in several universities. They had an examination reform section and all that. But yeah, a lot of things have happened. The best in examination system and the worst in examination system are also happening in this country. That's very important. If you just look at some models of examinations in this country, we mentioned about it. The teacher, and maybe two or three teachers together evaluate, nothing else. I had also an occasion to study in Germany. For one full semester, somebody has teaching me and directing me. I didn't probably I didn't have any final examination or anything of the sort. Almost every day the teacher might have been evaluating me from the what is that small tests and all that, and finally they will say this is the grade for that particular term. And then we have to just look at the value of our certificates and degrees. For example, now if we just send students get the transcription, but the transcription record or the degree which is given to him or her, whenever we send to an outside institution in the outside country, they will just find out. They will write back exactly asking what all areas this particular student is strong, whether it is in communication in this particular subject, that particular subject, very specific. Whether our examination system, our transcripts are informative to that extent, whether our transcripts provide that. No, we know that it's not providing that. And therefore, we have to just look at this. Now, if you just look at the university evaluation, of course, this is an AIU Vice Chancellor's conference. If you just look at the university structure in the country, this is also fastly changing. And with the new education policy, of course, it is expected that all the colleges in this country would be unitary universities by 2035. That's a statement, very ambitious statement. By 2035, all the universities, all the colleges, all the affiliated colleges, affiliation system will go, and all the colleges will be unitary universities. Then we should think about definitely complete decentralization of the examination system. This was also mentioned by the chairman very clearly, complete decentralization of the examination system. And that completely decentralized examination system has been happening. Decentralization, for example, for the big affiliating university, of course, we had three universities only at that time. Now we have more than 1,000 universities, and then autonomous colleges. The universities have some sort of a different examination conduction system. Autonomous colleges have again, they have been empowered to do the examination only. That is also partial. It is again centralized, not completely decentralized. Then when it comes to Indian Institute of Science or National Institute, ICERs or IITs, and central university, it is completely, the department evaluates, nobody else. The department evaluates examination, certificates, everything is given. Finally, the degree is given by the university. So this is the role of the teacher is very different. For example, as Professor Sanjay mentioned, that there should be we should expect a system where the teacher who teaches the subject, he should be he should set the question paper, he should evaluate, he should finally assess, he should also suggest improvements, what type of improvement is needed, what type of additional learning is required by the student. All these things should be decided by the teacher. So this teacher learner centric. Only the teacher and learner are involved. Teacher learner centric evaluation, teaching evaluation, that exchange dynamic system should happen in our classrooms. If all the colleges are going to be all universities, we have to think about a completely decentralized examination system. We should not be worrying about the mass, for example, an examination controller and a strong room and such other things in the years to come. If this is going to happen, it has to happen. So therefore, it is very important if you look at the structures of the examination system as a whole at the university level. Autonomous colleges, even I was the vice chancellor of AIU University, even in autonomous colleges, no, they are not completely free to do all the processes. There are certain frameworks was provided by the university, and this has to be strictly followed by the autonomous colleges. And that should go. Probably many universities, UGC is sending circulars to say that this has to be, the complete autonomy has to be given to the autonomous colleges. University should not intervene into any of these things. But this is yet to happen. And then unitary universities, large number of private universities now, deemed universities have come. Their own examination process. There can be complete decentralization process. And therefore, ultimately, there should be a system wherein the teacher who teaches in the classroom, he or she should be completely autonomous to do the evaluation, assessment, reassessment, refinement, all the processes which are required for the learner. And then the paper has to be the valued answer script has to be discussed, whether the open book examination has to be promoted. It is not also happening in a big way. Even open book examination was the most tough examination. Now we know that in IITs and all that is the most tough examination. For example, when somebody has to teach thermodynamics, they will give they will say the learner will be told this from page number 35 to page number 100. This much of pages. Just read this book and then come for the examination. And then that is the most difficult examination for the students, because the question paper setting, the type of questions which are given from that text will be totally different from the type of questions which are given for the other type of examinations. So this has also not come in a big way, even though we suggested open book examination, but this is happening in a very effective way in institutions. So we should look at the success stories of decentralized examination systems in the premier institutes. When I say premier institutions in the country, all the institutions are expected to be premier in the years to come. The freedom, when the freedom is given to the colleges, or they are a university, everything can be decided, and this ultimately should percolate down to the classroom, to the teacher who is teaching in the classroom. Earlier, maybe till when you become probably a professor, you will not even come to know what is happening to the result of a student. We only teach, and then somebody else evaluates. Then the paper goes somewhere else, and then we should also think about involving external examiners. But this is a real question. What is the external examiners compulsory system of external examiners? Probably that is also lack of confidence in our person. Lack of confidence in our person, and it will not really. If I have confidence, I think I can conduct examinations. If I say that I have to get an external examination also, what does it mean? I do not have confidence in me, that I am probably thinking that somebody will suspect my credibility. These are all the things which are all these things should go. Then only the complete decentralization will happen, and the examination system can improve. And as and when it is implemented, if all the colleges are going to be universities, this decentralized examination pattern can happen, and therefore we should definitely expect that particular in our university as a policy. And when it comes to technology, because technology definitely is very artificial intelligence, all these things can contribute significantly to examinations. But if the technology is going to be, technology's role again has to be controlled and probably mentored by the teacher. Without the involvement of the teacher, technology alone cannot really evaluate a student. That's my experience. And therefore, using technology appropriately, understanding the core of the theme of the particular core subject, and then also the learner, diagnostic evaluation. All these things are going to be important. All these things can fetch us positive results in a completely decentralized examination system. And therefore, I see a possibility in the in the complete decentralization and national implementation of national education policy, the improvement of the examination system as a for giving the complete power of evaluating and assessing a student to the teacher, and then the teacher and learner dialogue should happen. The results of evaluation should be effectively utilized by the teacher also to improve his teaching and communication with the students. These are some of the points which I wanted to emphasize. And then uh, maybe another point which we can think of, we have to instill some sort of a self-assessment capability to the students. How the students himself or herself can assess the learner. Self-assessment capability. This is also probably Professor Mukhopadhyaya, they all can say more about it. Self-assessment capability. We should mentor the learner how to assess himself, and this will give him or her much more confidence, capability, and all that. And he will be the learner will be extremely happy. And there are institutions which are promoting this maximum capacity or capabilities given to the students by mentored self evaluation, and therefore students should also be part of the evaluation. Of course, now we are in the school system. Some of the schools teachers are permitting students to evaluate themselves, and they will tell how to evaluate oneself. And this has to be this will instill confidence in the learner. And then there are definitely new pedagogical methods in examination system involved. And overall, as a nation, from the university system in the country, the value and the recognition and the credibility of our transcripts and degrees should become much more very high, and we have to be extremely careful about that thing. And when we do such things, as Professor Sanjay and yesterday also we had discussed many of these things, I was not here. I think this is a very important possibility occasion, and along with the new national education policy and the suggestions wherein we can think of evaluation system in a very positive way, in a completely decentralized way. So overall emphasis is for the decentralization.
Thank you, Professor Pillai, for excellent views and new ideas on this topic. I'll use some of them for summing up. Right now, I'll take opportunity to invite Professor G.C. Bhimani Saab from Saurashtra University, who has chosen to be in the teacher mode while speaking to us. He has preferred that he'll be on the dais while he's sharing his views. So please enumerate your views and ideas.
So, good morning to all, and I'm very much thankful to Team AIU to give me this opportunity to share my views on innovative assessment method and capacity building of a faculty. So we had Professor Sancheti Anadayas, Dr. Rajasekhar Pillai. No, it's okay. No. And Dr. Kale. No. So we know that today's we have to think about that innovative assessment methods and capacity building of a faculty. As we continue to navigate an ever-changing landscape of education, it has become increasingly clear that the traditional teaching and the assessment methods are no longer sufficient for preparing our students for the challenges of the future. The need for innovation in assessment methods has become particularly acute in recent years as the global pandemic has forced us to re-examine and reimagine the ways in which we teach and evaluate our students. With so much of education now taking place in virtual or hybrid environment, it is more important than ever to ensure that our assessment are relevant, engaging, and effective. So, what do we mean by innovative assessment method? In simple terms, we are referring to method of evaluation that go beyond the traditional exam and test that have been a cornerstone of education for generations. While these methods have their place, they are not always the best way to measure the students' understanding, critical thinking, and the problem-solving abilities. Some of the innovative assessment methods that we can employ include the project-based learning, portfolios, simulations, and peer assessment. For instance, project-based learning involves the students working on a project that requires them to apply the knowledge and skill they have learned in a real world context. This method not only measured their understanding of the subject matter, but also their ability to work collaboratively, think creatively, and solve problems. Portfolio, on the other hand, are collection of work that demonstrate a student's growth and progress over time and can include a wide range of artifacts such as essays, videos, and presentation. Simulation as a role-playing exercise or digital games provide students with an opportunity to test their understanding and skills in a simulated environment that mirrors real-life situations. Finally, peer assessment enables students to provide a feedback to their classmates, which not only fosters our sense of community and collaboration, but also allows them to develop their own evaluation feedback skills. However, the success of innovative assessment method is dependent upon the capacity of the faculty members. To implement them effectively, capacity building of faculty is therefore an essential component of this process. This involves providing faculty members with the necessary support, training, and resources to develop and implement these new assessment methods effectively. To achieve this, institution can invest in a range of professional development opportunities, workshop, and training programs that enable faculty members to stay up to date with the latest teaching and assessment strategies. This could include training in the new technologies, development of a new curricula, opportunities to engage in research and collaboration with experts from other institutions. It is important to note that capacity building of a faculty is not an one-time event, but an ongoing process as new assessment methods and technologies continue to emerge. It is imperative that the faculty members are equipped with the knowledge and skill necessary to keep pace with these changes and continue to innovate. So for this, there are some points for the innovative assessment. So I narrate the five points in both innovative assessment as well as the capacity building. If we consider the points for innovative assessment, that number one is competency-based assessments. Second one is artificial intelligence in assessment. Third, micro-credential. Fourth one, interactive digital assessments. And fifth one, that is open educational resource. That what the Professor Sancheti mentioned, that regarding that open book exam. While we consider the capacity building of a faculty, there also I narrate the 5 points. And one, that is the faculty development program. Second one, professional training communities. Then third one, peer observations and feedback. Fourth, online learning platform. And the last and the most important, that is research collaborations. Dear colleagues, in a conclusion, investing in innovative assessment methods and capacity building of faculty is critical for ensuring that we provide our student with a high quality education that prepares them for the challenges of the future as educators. It is our responsibility to constantly strive for excellence in teaching and assessment, as we can do this by embracing new ideas, techniques, and strategies that promote learning and growth. Dear colleague, what here Rajashekhar Pillai and the Professor Sancheti mentioned that I used in my department. Professor Sancheti says about the on-demand exam. One step ahead, I use online on-demand exam. That is particularly because I am having that not a technological university, not a medical university, but I am from the state conventional university. So as far as my subject is concerned in a university campus, I adopt online on-demand exam. Online on-demand exam. So students can give the exam their own demand. Before that, he has to inform the department online. And after that, there's a particular time is given to the students. Once they start it, and automatically that when the time is over, the exam get over. At any time, while traveling from one place to other place, he is ready, then he can give the exam. And one more thing, that what here is said, that I think every institute, higher education institute has to implement. That is after the evaluation of the answer script, it should be given to the students, because there is some lacking between the teachers and students' confidence, or there is an interrelationship. So this is, for my point of view, it should be given. And the last, I conclude with the quote of John Ruskin. As far as the capacity building is concerned, what John Ruskin says, that quality never an accident. Quality is never an accident. It is always the results of intelligence efforts. So in short, the capacity building is a continuous and inevitable process for the right implementation of National Education Policy 2020, and do fulfill the aspiration of our stakeholder in order to provide the quality education. So thanks for your kind attention, and look forward to continuing this conversation with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Bhimani, for your nice, excellent views. Friends, Professor Bhimani also happens to be a professor of computer science and statistics, which I believe is going to be the most important in that domain of examination, evaluations, and feedback, and so on and so forth. So we should see good things coming out of hands of our leaders like him. And so is the case with our next speaker, Professor K.V. Kalesab, the Vice Chancellor of the Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University. He is also from the similar background, and the university is pretty old, if I'm not wrong. And I've had chance to meet many of their students and wards, I would say, who are doing well in the profession. So I take this opportunity to invite Professor Kale for his views.
Thank you. Uh, at the outset, let me say thanks to our entire team of the AIU, respected chairman and Madam Pankaj Mittal for giving me this opportunity to be present here in this August gathering. I also feel proud and privileged uh, about my parent university. I'm the product of the BAMU, and thank to Professor Yevlesers and the entire team for giving me this opportunity to express the important issue in front of all. My panelist chairman, Professor Sandeep Sancheti, and co-colleague, Professor Pillai sirs and Himani sir, has already expressed a lot of constraint about this particular important topic. I would like to try to add some of the points which I feel important for this particular session. The session specifically reserved for innovative assessment method and capacity building of the faculty. As an individual and as an capacity of the teacher, I would like to say that assessment method and capacity building, we cannot able to see only for the students. So capacity building as well as the assessment methods needs a different dimension under the NEP 2020. So to whom for the capacity building is. So I would like to say the capacity building not for only the teachers, capacity building not only for the student, capacity building is not only for the authorities and management, and even though some regulatory authorities. So capacity building in all terms, if you go hand to hand, then it will be some achievable and desirable result to do something under the NEP 2020. Similarly for assessment method, so we assess ourselves first as a teacher, and then we can able to write to assess our student. So student and teacher assessment, likewise other parameters within the society also assessment required. Directly assessment, indirect assessment, and different type of assessment also playing an important role to make a proper shape of the students or the people, those who are in the education sector. I'm not going to repeat them much more again, but I would like to put some highlight. We are going to implement the academic bank of credit. We are constituting the revampation of the curriculum. We are constituting the multiple entry, multiple exit. We are also considering the multidisciplinary approaches. We are also considering the dual degree, and we are also considering the internationalization. So these are some of the new parameters victims comes under the horizon, and where we look like to see seriously on this particular aspect. Till the moment, that is what we are going to suffer from, and we are already gone through for the one particular or two particular track of the education teaching evaluation method. But hence onward, the different and dynamic dimension has come, and that's why there is a serious call from all the concerned to take this particular motion ahead in that particular direction. So we say that this is the Indianization of the higher education, and that is very true because earlier days it was considered that the Nalanda and Tehsila was the very heritage and strong universities in the India. And unfortunately, in the current year and recent year, we are moving towards the foreigner industrial and foreign universities. Under this particular policy and particular constraint, because of the development and dynamism of this particular type of academic excellence, the foreign universities also would like to come. And then we require the real assessment of ourselves, our pedagogy, and our evaluation methods and technical methods altogether. So, as yesterday, the Atul Bhaiji says that 60-degree evaluations and the Mulyankan and revampation of the education system are together is another time and end of the need. The core concept about these particular type of internalizations and various composition in terms of multidisciplinary, multi-approaches, dual degree and dynamic, that is the choice-based credit system. We adopted the CBSE system since from the long, and partially or impartially, we are not fulfilling the complete concept of the choice-based. Student-centric based education evaluation mechanism systems are required. I student feel that if I'm learning the computer science, if I want to play the music, I must have the chance to go to the music. When the music systems are supposed to be there, I want to learn the language and history. There is a scope for the institution that I have to adopt that particular type of composition. Now in NEP 2020 and under ABC, the domain is completely open for the whole country and for the world. The student may get adopt anywhere from the any institution that his or her choice for the adaptation level of the choice-based system. So CBSE is an important for the choice-based student-centric learning mechanism, and we need to revamp this particular mechanism about the consent about the examinations and delivery mechanism, assessment and delivery mechanism to till the student under the dual degrees and twinning degrees and multiple NT degrees. It's a really dynamic process, and that's why we require the capacity building in terms of all sectors. My management authorities, my parent authorities, my social authorities, my students, my department, everybody should know this particular process and dynamic about the mechanism in what way shall we go ahead to adapt this particular thing. Some example I would like to put in front of all. We are running the traditional degree program and the student want to dual degree. Earlier it was say that if I am pursuing one degree, simultaneously I am pursuing the another degree. So it was just considered in a crime. So you are the regular student. How we are there to supposed to take the admission in the other degree? But in such scenario, you can take the multiple degree at a time. You have the empowerment. You can go anywhere. So that type of mechanism also we should build in our capacity building, and our teachers should supposed to make trained to adapt that particular type of adaptation. My point to you is here that adaptation is important. So adaptation by the student, adaptation by the society, adaptation by the regulatory authority, adaptation for the government agency, and adaptation as a whole. If we are adapted all these particular concerns, then it will be win-win position to go ahead for making some type of dynamic changes in the higher education. Next point that I would like to put in front of all, that is what the assessment method. So there is so many discussions happens around the clock about the assessment and evaluation process. But I would like to put a simple question in front of all. Examination to whom and why for examination? The yesterday we had also listened that it is the outcome-based education, objective-based education, some preservation constraint already been decided for the particular course or particular program. If you form this 1 semester, 2 semester, 1 year, 2 year, you will be supposed to be do like this. But this is only on the pen and paper basis. So apart from this, the core concept and core objective of the education is just that to make the human being as a human. Apart from the job, apart from the dynamism, apart from the what we can say, any other type of benefit, the basic and core objective of the education is just the through education we should become a human being. So human beingness only for my family or my country, for the whole universe itself. And that's why in the examination also, if I'm an engineering student, if I'm a social science student, if I'm a linguistic student, if I'm another student, I must have to possess the different type of capabilities which are directly and forcefully required to sustain my survivability in the normal course of the civilization. So if I'm an engineer, I must have the ethics, I must have the morality, I must have the different sense of the languages, I must have the social sense, I must have the civic sense, and how we are going to test it within the parameter frame of the 4 year or 2 year. There is a certain constant about the evaluation process. So dynamically, revamping of the education curriculum also required to change, and dynamically the examination patterns and evaluation pattern also required to change. What the new innovation would like to suppose when I teaching, let us say for software engineering, what are the ethics, how to build the software, and what are the requirements of the society and how I can maintain the ethics and morality within that particular type of product. So apart from the development of the algorithm, apart from the application, apart from the building, I must have to test and provide the mechanism to my student, whether the student is really maintaining the ethics and the morality through that particular technical course. The course may be of any discipline, but you have to supposed to test simultaneously. You have to design and you have to innovate some particular specific mechanism to test the student, to test yourself, to test the system. And so it is very difficult and very big way to say that system testing and system evaluation, but it is needed because regulatory authority also passing the circular, university authority also adopting the circular blindly because there is a law enforcement sometime you have to adapt it. You have to. And when we say the you have to, that means forcefully we are going to consider this. But we have to check the internal cause and internal concerns also, whether really we are going to adapt it or not. And if you are decided to adapt by this or that way, we should be prepared in terms of all by involving the all type of innovative mechanism. So my point here is that the examination should be not only in terms of testings of the knowledge the student gain in the semester, but along with that, he should possess the different type of quality and ability about the civic sense, about the what we can say Rashtriyatva, about the what we can say the morality, about the civilization, and about the how to fit the survival in the day-to-day life. Because just to gaining the knowledge and adapting the high score, yesterday it has been said that it is good practice. In industry, they say that you have the degree, whether it is 90% or 100%, that it doesn't matter. But what ability, qualities, and civil science and cooperation that you possess and adapt, that has been. So as I feel personally, the testing mechanisms will be adapted by all means of the educational authorities and system. Some sort of the informations and part of the examination should be reserved for that to test, evaluate, and mechanize these particular type 4, 5, 6, 7 values. And because of those values, engineering education systems found to be strong and better in the whole universe. And if you are not supposed to consider in our evaluation mechanism, I think then that will be the failure of our education system after a long time. So morally, we can say the civic sense and the nationality and empowerment of this particular type of constant at the regular examination and practice examination, we should adapt the technology. We should take the use of technology rigorously and smartly how to achieve this particular type of cell composition. There is a point raised again here, how frequently. So frequent examination or frequent evaluation, continuous evaluation, regular evaluation. So all these are the word terminology. My personal view is that it should be in a blended mode. If I'm a student of the arts, if I'm a student of the engineering, I must have to design the mechanism, how frequently, how regularly, how continuously we would like to supposed to evaluate the student in terms of all, in terms of practical, maybe because of the discipline and because of the faculty, there are different constraints for the evaluation. Someone required field survey, someone required societal survey, some required the practical examination, some required the theory examination, some required the ability test, some required the grasping test. There are various mode of the testing mechanism, and the institution should have the freedom, and within the institution that the professor have the freedom and the department have the freedom to adapt such type of practices, and there should be a regulatory authority also able to provide that type of freedom to the institution. Yes, you can go ahead, you can design, you can calibrate, you can promote, you can decide in your authorities and send us, and we'll make them free to evaluate your student at par. So a regulatory mechanism and regulation by the various authority and their freedom constraints is also important part in the evaluations and assessment mechanism. Otherwise, what happened? The degree of the BAMU or degree of the Dibatu or degree of the SPP Pune may not supposed to be feel differently than the other university of the state. And it has been a common call for there should be a common syllabus, there should be common structure, there should be some other type of common. I don't know if it is a common 100% it required to achieve that particular level of the decomposition, but the sufficient freedom to that particular constant of the university because they have the objectives, they have their capabilities, they have their different dimension within the domain, and on to coin this particular differentiality than the other city, that university authorities and that the state have some different mechanism and adaptation level of composition freedom by the regulatory authority to evaluate such type of reforms parameter. So common entrance test and common assessment. I understand at the childhood level in my school class, the teacher give the answer sheet to all the students. They give the keys and the student may assess themselves. This is good practice, and everyone know that. So common practice examination, individual practice examination, evaluation by the third party, evaluation by the common party. All these are the different parameter one should think seriously for evaluation mechanism. For evaluation also nowadays at present we are very in high dynamics. Dynamics in the sense that we have the technology, we have the sensor, we have the software, we have the tool, and instead of going to the room and assessing the paper with the pen and pencil, so I can just see on the screen and I can just see on the laptop or my mobile top and evaluate the question papers and then. And the technology comes into the picture just like a player play the game in the cricket, and what is the success or failure he can observe after the video where I had done mistake. So the technology provides, so that mechanism is should provide to the back, back feedback to the student. If the student achieves this level of the desired level of the examination, he or she must have that particular freedom to see where she get less, where she get high, and how they can be able to make the comparison. And this is possible only of the technological intervention in between. So we can, if there is a subject, let us say artificial intelligence, and the achievement level of the desired level of the class is this much of this, and the student achieve the below percentage of this particular level class. So self-assessment in that way, the student should have the freedom to assess himself or herself, and that should not be counted as per the merit by the teacher or by the department of by the university during the self-assessment. So self-assessment, teachers assessment, group assessment, individual assessment, and institutional assessment. These are the assessment level of the parameter and need some technological comprehension and some model to evaluate the student in that way. That was the innovation that I would like to put. And another point that I want to put in front of all, so teachers transformation. If I am a professor of some particular two discipline, I must have to design the subject. I must to define the curriculum. So let us say for computer science required mathematics, different aspect. Computer science for language required different aspect. Computer science for mechanical engineering required different aspect. I, as a professor for a particular discipline, design the courses for the requirement of my nearby department and nearby school and keep it open. What is happening in the under MOOCs and NPTEL at present. So the integrity and transparency and ethnicity of the teachers is how much of the courses of innovative that he or she should supposed to define. And then the teachers should give the full freedom. If I'm delivering, I'm designing that course, I'm delivering that course, then I must have the freedom to evaluate that particular student for my course also. But in some cases it will happen, the paper is going to outside, the outside person don't know what are the curriculum and what the content that should have and what are the content and what are the ethical composition within that particular answer. Another point I would like to put in front of you that there is a automatic scanning process happening nowadays, but there is no software till today that they can evaluate the conceptual concept of the para or the meaning. So meaningful translation is happen. Digitization transformations happens only in the objectives, but for descriptive evaluation, digital transformation is not supposed to be possible. We are just mechanical scan and observe physically. But if this type of innovations happen, practices are going on, software is going on, people are developing that, but it is under the natural language processing that I can develop my answer related to that particular question, whether that answer is having the meaningful constraints or conceptual concept or not. So meaningful translation automatically by the system is the biggest challenge. If it will happen, then a lot of burden that we are going to reduce about the evaluation mechanism process. So during the evaluation, earlier it was also predicted that if out of 5 questions, if I attempt 3 questions, and if that 3 question is at par, and there is a time pressure on the student, there is a length pressure on the student, there is a composition parameter, yes, these are the steps. If you follow this step, you will get out of mark, otherwise no. But that the freedom also should provide it to the concerned teachers and the faculty. And because he or she are observing throughout the semester to the student, so indirect evaluation assessment, he or she is in front of them, and they are the real judges to evaluate the student. So my point here is that you cannot judge the student only on the basis of answer script he has or she has written on the question paper or answer sheet, but through observation, through their conduct, through their behavioral, through their parent record, through their friends record. So there should be the different type of mechanism and constraints for evaluations are needed along with your regular curriculum aspect. And that will be helpful to sustain him or himself in the life, whether the student is graduating for a particular course or particular program. Next point that I would like to put again, yeah, yeah. There is a time limit. I can say that 2 points and then I will close. Technology, no doubt the machine learning, AI, IoT, big data, these are the core component technology for all probable solution as the people fail, as we fail also, and that is true also. So data may come from any source, data may come from any type, data may come from, we need to develop the mechanism for the educational system in higher education to translate process and analytic of this. So big data analytic, this is the core part, and artificial intelligence is another part. Yesterday has been a lot debate. So ethical issues again, then data security issues again, then there is a hacking issues again happens, but the system developers should take care about this particular technology support provided. And the last point I would like to put in front of all, open book constraint, all type of constraint, objective, subjective, descriptive, ethical, evaluative, moral examinations are supposed to be by means of the all. But my concern right from beginning as an individual teacher that earlier it was a static teaching learning mechanism process that we adapted since from long. And the teaching learning mechanism should be in a dynamic. So teaching should be dynamic as well as your evaluation and examination also should be in a dynamic. So dynamic word is a very powerful. When I say the dynamic teaching, I must evaluate the student during the class, whether you are adapted, whether you are understand. If not, then I have to change my mode of the teaching. I can use the different type of methodology for using the teaching. So if the teaching is dynamic, we require the dynamic evaluations and examination process also. So the fourth point for the concluding remark is there should be a dynamic teaching and dynamic evaluation and testing mechanism. If you adapt it, then we can adapt it the innovative practices and some of the capacity mechanism building. Yes, capacity building is 100% required for not only the teacher, for all sectors of the involvement of the higher education system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kale, for your very clear views on varied aspects of evaluation as well as general teaching learning. The time given to us was 11:30. We started around 10 minutes late. We have finished even that right now. So we'll take liberty from the organizers to have 10 more minutes and have some Q&A. We believe we have given you a 360-degree view, and if not 360, maybe 300 or 240, whatever. But I'm sure there would be some questions or some suggestions. So if you feel like, we'll restrict it to 2 or 3 in the interest of time, because we are a small cohort here, a small group. We can do a lot of discussions over a cup of tea or lunch or otherwise. And I'd like to take in the end, maybe 2 minutes to throw you with some challenges. No summing up, no concluding remarks. All of us have spoken. I'll just throw you with some challenges, and that should be the closing of the session. So can we now request someone to take the microphone? Yes, please. Professor Saji, please. Please. You.
uh, assessment is a very dear topic to me. So I cannot resist myself, but to make a couple of comments. So pardon me, I am coming little too frequently in the QA sessions, but a couple of points. And as you said, a lot has been said about the innovations and the capacity building in assessment. But I think I would like to maybe draw the attention of 2 or 3 very basic points which are there. I think on which we should be able to build. I mean, about this whole topic of assessment and capacity building. Sorry. So number one is, what is the purpose of the assessment? Now, since yesterday we have been debating as to what is the purpose of the assessment. So now we have various types of exams, and broadly, if we may say that it's a high stake exam which is there, or a low stake examination. High stake by means that it is a certification exam or a pass fail exam or some entrance exam which is there, where the students progression career depends on that. And the low stakes is your regular formative assessments, where we have a lot of freedom and flexibility to innovate, which is there. So number one is, what is the purpose of the assessment? By that, we can really formulate a strategy for the innovative assessment. Number two, once we know the purpose, then what are the domains which we are assessing? Now, in health sciences, there is a lot of emphasis on skill assessment. Unfortunately, the teachers use the theory component, that is the methods for evaluating theory. So, I mean, there is a gross mismatch. And then how do you expect the assessments to be valid? Because if the domain is a psychomotor domain, the tools pertaining to psychomotor domain should be used. And that's somehow the mismatch. So we really need to understand what domains of learning, whether it's a cognitive domain, whether it's a psychomotor domain, or whether it's a affective domain that needs to be assessed, and then the appropriate tools that can be used. And then we can have ample opportunities to innovate depending on the domain of the learning. The third point is, now we have a fixed pass-fail percentage, 35% or 50%. I mean, whether it's an easy paper, whether it's a difficult paper. So are we anywhere near the process of standard setting? do we have any sort, even in the summative examination, tomorrow we'll say that, okay, students are not informed or something like that. But I think that's the area that we need to look at, that, okay, I mean, irrespective of the type of examination, we have a very standard parameter. I don't know from where that 50% or 35% has come, whether it has been adequately researched or not, and so on and so forth. And finally, I mean, if we have to prescribe an assessment methods or innovations or whatever new methods which are there, are they tested? Are we doing any educational research in our settings? We are talking of all types of research, biomedical research, fundamental research, basic research. But I mean, we as academic leaders, how much emphasis are we giving on educational research? We're talking of pedagogy, we're talking of all other things, but I don't think in any meetings we talk of educational research. So that's something which I feel very strongly about. And I think since this is a very elite crowd, this is though limited, but I think everyone understands. And as a leadership, if you try to address these basic issues, I'm sure the rest of the things will fall in place. Thank you very much.
Rauji. We'll not have the answers right now. Let's hear from the two more people who are, Professor Mukhopadhyay was wanting to do that. And I'm sure some of the answers can come through him because he has worked into the educational research domain
No,
himself.
I'm not going to work on that one. I'm just going to, it's an excellent session on evaluation, and evaluation assessment is so attractive that we missed out capacity building. So my submission to Dr. Pankaj Mittal would be to have a full-scale debate or discussion and maybe assessment of capacity building of higher education. If you don't mind, I also belong to your community. Johnston Hussain, Sulj, and many others have written that best learner are primary teachers, secondary learner are secondary teachers, least learners are the higher education teachers. So my submission to you would be two things. One is, can we commission a study on impact of capacity building in higher education? And second will be to reconstruct the concept of capacity building, because lecturing has no meaning actually. The effective domain development, if you look at Goldman's work, emotional intelligence is more powerful intelligence than cognitive intelligence. My submission on this one, but if something I have to answer, I can do that. But let somebody else speak on.
Sure,
this
sir.
topic.
We'll have lots of
And
Q&A between us
some of
also.
your innovations I have noted down. I'll share with you personally. I've done some experiment on that, and your
Great.
innovations are workable.
We'll all be happy to be benefited by that, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir, please. There. Yeah.
Sir, I am Professor Maheshwari
Maheshwari, sir.
from Bhavyatri Bahinabai Chaudhary, North Maharashtra University, Jalgaon, in the state of Maharashtra. Sir, my understanding is this session was on technology and its applications in assessment and evaluation.
No, this was not purely on technology. It's more on capacity building
Right.
and innovation, but
Right.
you can shoot your question.
Right. And in public funded state universities in particular, a lot of energy, time and efforts, they go in conducting exams, particularly during the last 2 years. Because of the COVID, our semesters are all disturbed, and round the year, the universities are taking examination. So technology can certainly play a role, and technology is playing a role. Now, when we talk of technology, my simple submission is that it should be feasible, practical, and implementable. Based on ground realities that we have in majority of public funded state universities, sheer number of students that they are enrolled in those universities, and their socio-economic background. The technological solution necessarily have to be simple. Now, if we can simply multiply 2 into 2 manually, why do we need a calculator for that? So when simple technologies are available as far as the evaluation and assessment domains are concerned, I really don't know whether AI, machine learning, and all those things right now are needed. What we need is a simple and continuous solution, because now we are into a vicious cycle. The new software
So
comes.
point well made, sir.
Yeah.
Since we are not focusing on technology right now,
Yeah.
so probably it will remain as an open question. It's an important question.
Yeah.
I'm a technologist like you. Obviously, I have lots of thoughts.
I will submit in
A pointed question, please. Yeah.
two sentences. One is that, we are into a vicious cycle in the sense, even the new software comes, the hardware is outdated, and when bringing the new hardware, the new software comes. Okay. And because economics will have to be taken into consideration. So as universities together, we have a lot of expertise. Can we develop a common kind of a thing, the software, which will be applicable to universities, number one. Number two, like National Testing Agency, can we have something similar to that for public funded state universities for taking the examination?
Thank you. Thank you for your ideas. Half a minute, not more than that. Question from someone very young. So let's get those ideas. What do they think of us?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Remy Thomas. I'm a research student, and I have been listening to all the sessions from yesterday and today. My question is in two parts. Since we are discussing evaluation and assessment, all this discussion and on evaluation and assessment, are we not leading to a mechanism wherein every skill or every outcome of every course would have to be mapped or evaluated or assessed by a certain method? And if so, and if we are leading to that particular type, that if in case for humanities this is the kind of outcome if for a course that is there in the curricula, so this will be the type of X will be the type of exam or the assessment method or the evaluation that will be there for that particular course.
Agree.
Are we leading to that particular scenario where throughout the courses, be it humanities, medical, or are we leading to that scenario? So that
Yes.
is part one. And part two of the question is, if we are leading to that scenario, are we not undermining, or all the vice chancellors here, pardon me, but are we not undermining the authority, the teacher's authority, his own excellence to map or evaluate on his own rather than a given methodology for evaluation?
No, so we are not undermining anyone. Everyone is a big stakeholder. NEP says flexibility and autonomy in a very big way, going up to student, and it will percolate down from VC to the student only through the teachers. So we are making all stakeholders empowered. Don't worry about that. But good points made. Friends, sir, there'll be, now I'll have to take liberty to close it because unless the organizers agree that it can be extended, I'll not take liberty beyond this right now. I'll try to kind of conclude in the sense that most of the points which were given to us were not pointed questions, but those are more of philosophical approaches or definitions of something like what you call the purpose or the domain, as you were saying, Professor Sahuji. Professor Mukhopadhyay was talking about the capacity building as a big theme at not only examinations, otherwise also. Sir had mentioned about that professors are kind of least learners. Sir, I still remember 1984, I joined teaching, and there was a saying in my room which was given to me. Someone else had put it up, and it was on a A4 sheet, and it said, there was a man called Besser, and then it wrote whose knowledge grew lesser and lesser, and then couple of more lines, and finally it said, today he is a college professor. So this was my first impression of the teaching profession when I became a teacher in the room which was given to me. And you have echoed that. I think we need to wash it off. We need to be on our toes to improve on that. And it's a fact that we become very narrowed down, and especially once we come to the administrative positions, we possibly sometimes lose track of what is happening in reality. So those are there. There was a question by Maheshwari Saab on technology. So that's very important. Technology is answer to many, many ills today. But unfortunately, we are not focusing too much on that. So, but we are open to discussions on one-to-one basis. I'm sure all experts here are ready to give you full answers to everything, but including me, but we will limit it to personal discussions. I would like to close the session by saying one or two things. I know from engineering education domain to which I belong to, that most of the things are limited to what you call Ds when it comes to evaluation and assessment. Define, derive, draw, describe. I think we'll have to get out of these Ds and use another set of Ds if you like, design. When I design, your design and my design can be different for a given purpose, approach can be different. I think we need to either extend or change that D in a certain way. There was a question asked yesterday. I was quite tempted to answer some of them, but or give my pointers. One of them was, are we on the ceiling or are we on the floor when it comes to examination? So pardon me for saying that we are neither on ceiling nor on floor. We are unfortunately in the underground right now. We are not even on the surface because we are not focused enough. Some of you have possibly conveyed that. We also would say that there were terminologies which are brought in yesterday. Is assessment for learning? Is assessment by learning? Is assessment as learning? I don't mind whatever thing you want to add to it. I think it should be, all these things should be amalgamated. All these definitions are very important, but assessment should go towards new approaches. I think that's something very, very important for all of us. And for that reason, I'll throw 8 pointers to you, not explaining anything, which we should work on. These are not exhaustive. I had limitations in terms of time, so I'm limiting it to 8. Number one, possibly big challenge is examinations will have a challenge of secrecy versus openness, which I have said, and particularly true for the technical universities, that how do they handle thousands and thousands of students in a given setup. So secrecy versus openness is one. The second is language neutrality. I knew that how much I suffered when I went to English medium, I could not express. I had a fear of failure, though I'm topping in maths and other things. But when it came to descriptive subjects, I was awful, and therefore I had that fear. So language neutrality, can we do that? The third thing I think was touched by some of the speakers, including Professor Pillai, self-assessment. There are no easy ways for self-assessment. I have used in my own way sometimes that can you write a good question for this particular course? I think that can also be a self-assessment. Rather than writing an answer, writing a question, which is very, very innovative and different, can also be a self-assessment method, that whether he or she has understood the nitty-gritty or not. So self-assessment can be a very big challenge. Another big challenge within this assessment domain possibly could be, and there were pointers on that, we have hardly used what we call, we have come to credit and grade based scheme and all that is fine. Hardly used relative grading. Let me tell you, the real benefits of grading will accrue when you do relative grading. I think Professor Sauji raised why 35% or 50%. I think relative grading removes all these barriers. A teacher is the best judge where this class should be sitting and how he has performed, how others have performed. And therefore, relative grading, and forget about relative grading. After you do that, grade moderation is an even trickier job. I think we need to understand the nitty-gritty of that. Next, of course, would be the autonomy to teachers. How much can be given? Nothing is infinite, and it cannot be very limited as well. So this is a challenge which we have to sort out. The next is, India is a diverse country, and we have lots of examination systems, particularly from what you call as some of the councils who use 4-point scale, 6-point scale, 8-point scale, 10-point scale. And most unfortunate, our public service commissions still want what is the percentage of marks. Conversion of these scales into marks is a hell of a job. And let me tell you, statistically or mathematically, all those conversions are not enabled, not right. They can be challenged with the court. And therefore, we should find a way out and tell other bodies that we cannot be directed by 10 bodies that how do I grading in my system. I have to follow one system, which is not happening currently for various reasons. So the grading systems is what we need to do something which is important. Next challenge, sixth challenge would be, the seventh one, understanding the aspect of learnability. What are the dimensions of learnability and how do you assess the learnability? I think that will be a big challenge. And final would be, do I, at the end of everything, get a personalized report card? I'm not talking of mark sheet. Mark sheet is not a report card. There is a difference between mark sheet. There is a difference between the degrees which I get. But a report card is something which tells me, Sandeep, you have to improve here. This is your strong point. This is your weak point. You can possibly do this, that, and so on and so forth. These are so many things. My dear friends, I'm knowing that my co-panelists are all craving to give you answers, but since paucity of time, will refrain from doing so. But please don't spare any one of us in terms of if you'd like to ask on one-to-one basis. And with that, we'd like to close the session. And before closing, I'd like to once again thank AIU and its leadership and all of you for this opportunity and listening to us patiently, and especially to Professor Yevle and his team at BAMU Aurangabad for hosting us nicely. Yesterday, what we saw was wonderful. It will remain in our memories for a very long time, and we wish everyone good luck in their endeavors in promoting education, particularly higher education, and within that, our job of assessment and evaluations. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Sancheti, for the important 8 pointers, which are absolutely thought-provoking. On behalf of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University and Association of Indian University, I thank Chairperson of this session, Professor Sandeep Sancheti, and eminent speakers, Professor V. N. Rajashekharan Pillai, Professor G.C. Bhimani, Professor Karbhari Kayakar. I also thank the dignitaries who have participated in the session. There will be a break of 15 minutes and we will meet here for the for one more session, that is Association of Indian Universities Business session. So I request all the delegates to be here after 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
Recording stopped.
Mm. I request all the members of AIU Vice Chancellors to please come for the AIU business session. AIU business session is an exclusive session for members, university vice chancellors to discuss the progress of AIU, the latest initiatives, policies, finances, and further course of action for the improvement of AIU and come to the collective agreement on the most effective solutions available. For this session, may I invite the chairperson of this session, Professor G.D. Sharma, who is Vice President of AIU, which will be again conveyed by Secretary General AIU, Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal. I request all the Vice Chancellor to proceed to the AIU business session in the hall.
Good afternoon to every one of you. And on behalf of AIU and on my own behalf, I welcome each one of you to this business session of AIU. And after having yesterday's and today's technical sessions related to the reformative evaluation and assessment system, that which was the last part of the transformative higher education for Atmanirbhar Bharat, had a lot of interactive way of getting the suggestions and also various ways how our students can be transformed, how our teachers can be transformed, and ultimately we create the thinking of changing ourselves, starting from highest level, that is the vice chancellors, directors, professors, and students ultimately, to become the lifelong learners. Whatever has been learned during our time may not be much relevant, but that gave us an opportunity to keep on learning, and also how we ourselves can become more competitive as a vice chancellor, as a teachers, and make our students, the youths, who are the maximum in number also in India, to become the global citizen. So once we are thinking that they should be global citizen, we have to also think in global perspective, that to get opportunity globally, to compete globally, keeping our traditional value, Indian value system, they have to also be more effective learners. They should be also more effective users of technology,
Recording in progress.
of creator and innovators. In this, AIU is trying to deliberate on those issues, particularly which are coming from the government side, to coordinate with government, to link up our universities with government way of thinking, so that they can contribute more effectively for the growth and development economically, politically, as well as socially, and also creating more intellectual wealth of the country. In this topic was taken because NEP 2020 itself is a transformative way of the policy, and how this policy can be better implemented through creating the better cooperation, collaboration among ourselves, because as a VC also, first of all, we have to start trust among ourselves, having the positive competitiveness among our institutions, but also learn how we can have the hand holding about those institutes which do not have sufficient facility. Because ultimately, we should also help those institutes so that the youths come with a productive way of the contribution in the society. Otherwise, those youths will become the problem, and these problems will create hurdles in the overall growth of our society, overall growth of the country. So these are the ways that we have to shift our way of learning and contributing for the higher education system. And that is how the word transformative is being used in our this process. In last AIU conference last year, we had the United Nations, that the environmental sustainable goals, so that by 2030, all countries, particularly our country, should take lead, and how the educational institutions can participate, create new avenues and new ways of sustainability of environmental goals. This time, immediately, this topic, this theme, and also with this theme, a lot of the ideas which were already created, generated before coming to this final outcome of this theme through the governing council meeting, through organizing the conferences by AIU itself, because AIU had already arranged some of the conferences on NP implementation. And before annual conference also, AIU is thinking that before we go there, we have time to also see how much implementation has been done. Some of the universities are very fast, some of the states are very fast, some of the states are very slow, some of the states are still not in the process. So how all these things can be help each other, and how some model which is good to be adopted can be shared among our the colleagues here. Idea is that more and more participation of our members will create more strength. As yesterday, Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal told that our AIU is being the largest body in the world and second oldest in the world. So now it should create that kind of the existence in the world level, global level, and to create that presence and also the importance at the international level, we need support and also getting ideas and using each other's strength to emerge as one of the most powerful association. So with this few words, I invite Dr. Pankaj Mittal that how the AIU is functioning, because you will see in last few years when she has taken over as Secretary General with her long experiences as Vice Chancellor, Founder Vice Chancellor. So as a Founder Vice Chancellor, you know what are the difficulties in establishing an institute from zero to the highest level. As a working additional secretary in UGC, knowing the administrative, all those parameters and all those difficulties also seen by the UGC officials working with the university system. So all those experiences have come along with the nature of the AIU. And because of this, in last few years, many new initiatives have been taken up. And the AIU has now been able to emerge as one of the most wanted by global bodies, global associations, global universities, that they want to collaborate. And that is why during this process, AIU has also developed a number of portals which will be shown to you, that how these portals will be helpful to every one of us to take the help in not having the resources ourselves. The AIU will help our universities to provide this help, to provide where from you can get, how you can get, how you can get the support. And that is why we feel that our universities should now, if any problem is there, they can share. If any new ideas are there, please write to the Secretary General of AIU. We will organize separate deliberations on those issues, because we have been hearing from health sciences. We are also hearing from the legal studies, those universities, because these are now increasing, and from the agriculture universities. So in due course of time, we have to also develop the process of integration process of bringing more closeness with the general universities, with the general education, so that the students of this country can get the best opportunity and the use of those resources which are available in our country itself. They need not to think about other countries because they are not having the knowledge of our own country. The facilities are available. And I am sure that the way the AIU is now working under the leadership of Dr. Pankaj Mittal, you will see yourself that these initiatives which have been taken and more are there in pipeline will totally also transform the functioning of AIU, which has already been initiated. So now I request Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal to make a small presentation of AIU.
Thank you, sir. I'll go there and I'm saying the presentation is visible or we should remove the sofas from in front. थोड़ा सा ये बीच वाले सोफे ना साइड में ये भी इधर ही कर दो दोबारा रख दीजिए इसको बस थोड़ा सा खिसका दो Thank you very much. Thank you. The Honorable Vice President of AIU, Professor G.D. Sharma ji. The Honorable Past President of AIU, Professor Sandeep Sancheti ji. All the esteemed Vice Chancellors, Professor Pillai, whom I had the chance of working with while he was Vice Chairman of University Grants Commission. All the esteemed Vice Chancellors, Vice Chancellor of the host university, Professor Prabodh Yamle ji, and the faculty members and all the nodal officer and the organizers who are helping us with this conference. A very good afternoon to all of you and a warm welcome to the AIU business session. AIU business session, the motive is that AIU is for you. AIU is a body of you and for you. Therefore, we want to keep on assessing. I mean, this is a self-assessment exercise where we share with the Vice Chancellor that what we have done so far, and especially in the previous year. And if we have any suggestions, if the Vice Chancellors have any suggestions on what else we should be doing so that we are more relevant, more helpful to the universities, those suggestions are welcome. Right now, AIU is trying to coordinate with everybody, starting from students till the Vice Chancellors, and a number of new initiatives we have taken, which I will be elaborating in the presentation. So, but still, I mean, and I also must tell you that the expectations from AIU are increasing. So every day, like today, sir was saying you should start a journal on assessment and evaluation. The other day, somebody was saying you should do this. So expectations from AIU are increasing and we are happy about that. Expectations are increasing only when you have the feeling that, yes, we can do it. So that we take it as a compliment for ourselves. So I'll just give a small presentation because what I want is that more and more Vice Chancellors should be speaking in this session to guide us on what we should be doing in future. So just to tell you about the existence of AIU, it came into existence as an inter-university board on 23rd of March, 1925. It was in Mysore that it was started to bring all the universities on a common platform. And therefore, we are going to complete 100 years in next 2 years. And we will have grand celebrations for the 100th year of AIU with all of you as a part of it. We consider it as a AIU family. And but at that time, it was known as Inter-University Board. And in 1967, it was registered as a society on 29th of September 1967, and then the name was Association of Indian Universities. But the existence is since 23rd March 1925, and that is why we have fixed the date of our annual conference every year. I mean, irrespective of the year, every year the annual conference is held from 23rd to 25th of March, and on 23rd we have a Foundation Day lecture. The first Foundation Day lecture was given by Dr. Kailash Satyarthi ji, and this time we are having Dr. Vivek Debroy, who is the chairman of the Economic Advisory Council of the Honorable Prime Minister. He'll be delivering the Foundation Day lecture. These are some of the presidents of AIU, who have been the presidents in past: Dr. Zakir Hussain, Dr. Mudalia, Dr. Shimali, Dr. Shyam Prasad Mukherjee, and many more. So they have been the president of AIU in the past, which shows the legacy the AIU is carrying with it. So next, when you go to the present membership of AIU, we have 931 members, as sir was also telling. We are the largest association of the world. And maybe that is also the reason that many of the foreign bodies, whether it is ACU, IAU, or many embassies, they are coming to AIU because we have a great convening power. So that convening power of AIU is now the people are wanting to use that so that they can reach out to the universities. And all types of universities are the members of AIU: central universities, state universities, deemed universities, private, INIs, and 15 international universities. The numbers are given here. What are the functions of AIU? So AIU functions basically is that AIU is a think tank on higher education. So like in all these conferences which we held since yesterday and today, or we are holding every year, a lot of deliberations are held on higher education, and then we don't consider it as a 2 days or 3 days conference. We see the number of hours we are spending on the deliberation. So suppose 50 vice chancellors are there, the 50 vice chancellors into 1 day, 8 hours, so 8 hours and 8 hours, 16 into 5. So 800 hours of deliberations have happened. So that is why we call it a think tank on higher education. And otherwise also we do have many, many more meetings. And it works like a bridge between the government and the universities. If government has to implement something, they come to AIU that, okay, help us in implementing. For example, for NEP, they came to us. National Accreditation Council, they came to us. For Foreign University Bill, we have sent the recommendations to the government. So and then if the universities have to say something to the government, individually they are not heard, but collectively they are heard. So when AIU goes to them with the problems of the universities, there is a greater probability of being heard. We do a lot of consultation, coordination, and licensing work. Capacity building, leadership development, whether it is of the faculty, administrators, vice chancellors. We also hold roundtables for the newly appointed vice chancellors, because when the vice chancellors are newly appointed, how to be innovative, how to be a very good vice chancellor. So we do hold roundtables. We do a lot of research work, publications, and information dissemination amongst the university, including the information on what all fellowships are coming up, say international fellowships or whatever new projects are coming. So we keep on disseminating the information. We do a lot of cultural activities and youth festivals. Sports promotion, I told yesterday that what all we are doing, but for each of them, I'll be having one slide. Sports promotion, events, and championship. And then we do evaluation and equivalence of degrees, which is one of the mainstays of AIU. So when we talk of youth affairs and cultural activities, we do hold youth festivals at international level, Asian, national, and zonal festival. Yesterday, you saw the very good play, which you saw, in that play of Aurangabad, Marathwada University, that has won the first prize in the West Zone competition. And now, yesterday night, only 2 o'clock, they had a train for the Jain University, Bangalore, where the National Youth Festival is being held. So these festivals are very, very popular. And again, ICCR is coming to us to collaborate with us in these festivals. And in future, maybe we are thinking that the winners of these festivals, maybe they get a chance to perform in universities in foreign countries through ICCR. So this is what we are trying. We do hold AIU adventure camps and youth literary events. Collaboration with ICCR, I have told, and then ICCR also told us that if somebody, if any university wants to establish an international Buddhist chair, or if you want to hold an international Buddhist festival, so ICCR can be a funding agency for that. So on that also we are working. From the last year, we have also started AIU Moot Court and AIU Women Youth Parliament. moot court this year will be held in Calcutta. And please send your students, if you are having a law faculty with you, please send your students to the AIU moot court competition. It is going, I mean, this is just the beginning, but slowly, slowly it will become one of the prestigious moot court competitions. We are holding AIU Women Youth Parliament, and this time it is being held in Hari Singh Gaur University in Sagar. We also held Dekho Apna Desh. This was an episode which we did in collaboration with Ministry of Tourism, in which the whole cultural heritage of the country was shown to the students through online mode. There were some guides, some experts on tourism. So they showed the whole country. Actually, the purpose is that India is very rich culturally. We have a great cultural heritage. It's a land of diversity. We have everything. But when you ask a student that if we want to ask you, what are you proud of? I mean, like, being an Indian, what are you proud of? So they keep on thinking, what am I proud of? Sometimes they'll say Bollywood or maybe cricket, but they are not able to say about the cultural heritage of India. So therefore we started this Dekho Apna Desh, which was a series, one episode every month, where we wanted to apprise them of the rich cultural heritage which the India has, so that a grand Indian narrative can be created in their minds that why they are proud to be Indians. In sports, we are doing Khelo India University Games since last 2 years. First one was held at KIT University and second one at JN University. Both were inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister, and they are really good level games. Please do join in, just even for one day if you come. And because most of your students are participating, it's a good encouragement for the students also. Do come for these games. This time the games will be held in Lucknow. Third Khelo India University Games will be held in Lucknow, mostly in the end of April or May. So please do make it a point to come there. We hold 128 sporting competitions every year, 60 men and 40 women zonal tournaments. And for the first time, India is holding the World University Games in India. World University Games, one event which will be, it is the other way around. World University Games is shooting in Marathwada University, and Asian University Games is volleyball in KIT University. So for the first time, Asian University Games and World University Games we are holding in Manavrachna and KIT University in shooting and volleyball respectively. This year we also won Asian Universities Chess Championship. Sir, SRM won that. And 44 Olympians from the university sector went to Tokyo to play in the Olympics. Next is equivalence of degrees. So at national level, we are doing the equivalence of PG diploma with the MBA. So if there are non-degree institutions which are doing offering PG diploma, we grant them the equivalence with MBA. Till now, we were saying that we will see that NBA accreditation is a must for such equivalence. But now we have also recognized 4 foreign examinations, AMBA, EQUIS, ACSB, and MDSA for giving the equivalence from PG DBM to MBA. Then we give foreign equivalence to foreign school boards, means if somebody has done from Cambridge or IB or any Australian school board or US school board. So we give equivalence of school boards as well as the foreign degrees with the Indian degrees. So far, we were doing it on the basis of, say, years and curriculum, but now we are shifting to the credit approach. That is, if the credits are equal, credits are not exactly equal, but they're almost equal, then also we give the equivalence of degrees. And this year, again, seeing the type of work which we are doing, the Ministry of Education, the school department has mandated AIU to do the equivalence of school boards within India too. Till now, we were doing foreign to India, within India too. So any university which is now wanting to open a school board, or if they have a school board already, for example, Aligarh has, Jamia has, BHU has. So if you have a school board, you can come to us for the equivalence. These are the zonal meets which we held this year. North Zone, East Zone, Central Zone, South Zone, and West Zone. This is the last zonal meet, which will be followed by the annual meet at Meghalaya. And these were the topics which were discussed in each of the 5 zonal meetings. And you will see that since the main topic is transformative higher education for Atmanirbhar Bharat, so almost all the aspects of transformative education, be it internationalization or pedagogies or curriculum or research and excellence or assessment and evaluation, which are being discussed here, So all of those have been covered, and a consolidation will be done in the annual conference which will be held next year. That will be the 97th Annual General Body Meeting and National Conference of Vice Chancellors from 23rd to 25th of March. Professor G.D. Sharma has already given you a very, very personal and very intimate invite to all of you. Please do come, and he has said that it should be come with your families. So do come for that meet. It will be a very good meet, and this time we are expecting something like 500 vice chancellors. Normally we get 200, 250, but this time 350 confirmations are already there. And we are expecting more because still 1 month is there. So we are expecting 500 vice chancellors. And the type of interactions or networking which is there when so many people are there, the type of deliberations, types of engagements which are there, they are really good. So please do come for the annual meet. When we talk of new initiatives, AIU has opened a new portal. That is now we are computerizing almost all the activities of AIU. And every university has been given a login ID and password. So if any university is here which doesn't have a login ID and password, please do let us know. We'll create a login ID and password for you so that you can enter all your information on the AIU portal. And why it is important to enter is that whenever any university wants to, say, collaborate with Indian universities, the first thing they go to is AIU collaboration portal. Now, what is AIU collaboration portal? AIU collaboration portal is a portal in which we have requested all the universities, Indian universities, that if you want to collaborate in a particular area, then in that portal do enter that this is the area where we want to collaborate, along with the credentials in terms of publications, facilities, whatever you have. So, I mean, research papers, faculty, whatever you have in that, whatever is your strength in that particular area, so that the foreign universities know that you are good in that particular area. So what will happen is in the AIU collaboration portal, when you keep on adding information and a foreign university, suppose they want to collaborate in nuclear physics. So as soon as they write nuclear physics on the AIU portal, down will come the list of the universities who are good in nuclear physics and who want to collaborate with foreign universities. So it becomes very easy for them to reach a university, because many a times when they come to us, they say that we are able to know the rating of a university through NAC. We are able to know the ranking of a university through NIRF, but we are not able to know that in a particular subject area, which university is good. So whom should we approach? So AIU collaboration portal helps in that. We are also having the AIU equivalence portal, which is again, the equivalence certificate is, I mean, the students have to apply online, pay online, and get the downloadable equivalent certificate on their computer screens. They don't have to come to AIU. We also have an AIU admission portal. Again, this has not taken off very well. But again, our intention was that if all the universities enter in the AIU admission portal, that what all programs they have, along with the eligibility conditions and the fee structure, then suppose I as a student want to take admission in, say, BSc Nano or your MSc Nano Physics. So I don't know which all universities are having MSc Nanophysics, but if I write MSc Nanophysics on the AIU portal, down will come the list of the universities along with their website links, so that it is easy for me to apply. So, but many universities are not filling the information. Portal is existing, but the universities are not filling the information. Therefore, students are not getting benefited. So this also works like an advertisement for you, because you are getting a free advertisement that, okay, you enter in the AIU admission portal, and the students who go there, they will be able to know that, yes, your university is offering this particular program. So do fill in the information on that also. AIU VC seniority portal is required because the government many times asks, like, who is the senior most VC in the country? What, I mean, they do keep on asking for the senior VCs. So we are not able to give the list if your name is not there. So whatever names are there with us, we share with them. Otherwise, also AIU seniority portal is required for nominations in the governing council for becoming president or vice president of AIU. So please do fill in your seniority on the AIU seniority portal. We are also now activating the AIU Youth Affairs portal and AIU Sports portal, so that all the information will be submitted online only. AIU handbook, again, I think I shared yesterday also. AIU handbook is in progress, in which the complete information of the university, along with the departments, programs, research facilities, names of the teachers, Everything is there. So if you do not fill information, again, you will miss the bus. Because this time the book is coming in 2023. After this, it will come in 2028, 2027. So every 4 years, we are publishing this book. Please do fill in your information about the AIU handbook. Sometimes if somebody wants the list of professors in the country, they use the AIU handbook because there you can get the university-wide list of professors' names, their qualifications, as well as their areas of expertise. Then next is internationalization. We do sign MOUs with many associations like AIU, like NUS is a Mexican Universities Association. We have signed MOU with UUKI. And on second, we are going to sign MOU with Universities Australia, which is an association of Australian universities. So that will facilitate our universities to have collaborations with the universities of that association. So do approach us if you want to have association with any of them. We have done workshop in collaboration with World Bank, UNESCO, and many more international bodies. We are establishing INHE, Indian Network of International Higher Education. Again, I told briefly about this yesterday, that this is a network within AIU where we are wanting to promote internationalization in the sense that if your university has the intent to do internationalization, but you don't know how to do it, whom to approach, whom to collaborate with, we are there to help you. And there will be a hand-holding exercise where we both can be talking to each other. We have also done an MOU with American Institute of Indian Studies and with SEMCA, and a report which is called National Policy on Blended Education is being done, collectively by AIU and SEMCA. The director SEMCA is here, Professor Shedrick. You have come at the right moment when I was talking about SEMCA. So we have also done tie-ups with British Council, Australian High Commission, DAD. So many activities we are doing for the internationalization of higher education to promote it and to have more and more international students in India rather than more students going out of India, more and more students coming into India. Research, we are having, many initiatives which we took for, like, for example, there was the third UNESCO World Higher Education Conference. And in this conference, there were 10 themes. So in each of these 10 themes, we requested our member universities to hold a conference each. So 10 conferences were held, and based on each conference, a paper was presented and a country paper was sent to UNESCO as a theme paper from India. So it was India country paper for the UNESCO conference, and it is still on the UNESCO website. So that is again an achievement for us, that AIU paper, which was through the 10 conferences in 10 universities, is on the UNESCO website. We are working on student development index, like how for a particular university, how to measure that this university is contributing to the development of the students. Because normally what happens is the best universities, maybe IITs or best universities, they are getting very good students and they are getting the good results also. But the universities which are not so very good and they are not getting the best students, they are doing a lot of incremental changes in the student, but that is not counted because the initial base was not that strong. So student development index, we are working on that. We are also making a directory of people of Indian origin in foreign higher education institutions. This is again being done to help forge partnerships between Indian and foreign universities. So if in your knowledge, if there is anyone who is a person of Indian origin working as a vice chancellor or dean in a foreign university, please do share the data with us, and we will be putting it in that directory. And that directory will be shared with everybody so that anybody can use it. AIU consultancy services, I told you that we are starting a consultancy service. Some consultants we have identified, some we are in the process of identifying. The purpose is that if the universities need consultancy and if they go in for the private consultants, they are almost fleecing the universities. So if they want consultancy in terms of, say, NAC rating or NARF ranking, not to get what rate, but how to prepare for it, or internationalization, or SDG implementation, or NEP implementation, or University Industry Connect, or University Society Connect. So we are trying to help the universities through this consultancy. And Anveshan, which is a student research program that we are digitizing now. AADC, which is AIU Academic and Administrative Development Center, that we have opened in 10 universities, and they are running 10 courses each on how to use technology for teaching, learning, and governance, because that is something which we have learned after COVID, that it is very important. So we have opened these 10 centers and they're getting very good response. We also constituted a committee of thought leaders and we gave a policy paper to the UGC for National Accreditation Council, that how the National Accreditation Council should look like. National Policy on Blended Learning in collaboration with SAMHSA, we are doing it. And we also gave a paper to the UGC on entry of foreign universities in India. This was containing this again, this was a deliberation with around, and this was something very good because we asked the Vice Chancellor that UGC has come out with a draft regulation and we want to give the recommendations to the UGC that what all should be there. And on 2 days, because the time given at that time was very short, in 2 days, something like 200 Vice Chancellors came up online and we gave recommendations to the UGC that what changes should be done in the regulations for entry of foreign universities into India. Next. These are the research publications which we keep on bringing, and last year these are the publications which we have sent to you. There was a book on reimagining Indian universities. We made a COVID-19 response toolkit, like how to respond to COVID. Survey report on preparedness of Indian higher education institutions for online education. This was also shared. Measuring access to higher education through eligible enrollment ratio. This is what Professor Mukhopadhyay was mentioning in the morning. So this is a paper in EPW, Economic and Political Weekly, but also there's a report which has been shared with all the universities. NEP proposals and suggestions here also, this is a very good document where we have indicated that for each of the recommendations of NEP, what is to be done by the universities, by the government, by the regulatory bodies, along with the timelines, like in what timelines. We also gave the best practices adopted by the universities on protecting academic interest of students during COVID. SDG report, next one. SDG report means for each implementation of each SDG, what the university should be doing and how can they contribute in implementing the SDGs. That is in pipeline. It will be released in the March conference in Meghalaya. India Higher Education Profile we are sharing with all of you, in which the pictures and graphs are there state-wise, that which state fares where in higher education. There was a book, Implementing National Education Policy, a roadmap in which the good papers on implementing NEP was given, a report on students' welfare measures, ranking and accreditation, needs of differently able persons and HEIs. All these reports have been shared with you, along with the directory of AIU members and book entitled Indian Higher Education Heritage. It is in the pipeline, it will be coming soon. So we from our side are trying to do the best for the university system. We are trying to see to it that whatever are the pains of the university system, we cannot do everything because we don't have like regulatory power, or we don't have that much of financial power also. But whatever is in our means, we are trying to do for the higher education system and for the universities. But if you have any suggestion for that out of this presentation or otherwise, that yes, we should be doing this for the university system, we are open to that. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. So anyone wants to say anything or any suggestion or any comment, any criticism also is invited. Professor Sabkal. Professor Saoji is not such a permanent question. So first, पहली नजर आप पे जाती है. Professor Sabkal, please.
Yeah, you end your presentation or speech by saying that AIU wants to extend whatever is possible for university system. As you know that in our country, the university system includes large number of affiliated colleges, and 98% of the enrolled students are taking education in affiliated colleges. As you know that university campuses has limited departments, specialized department and number of students. So whether it's more than 40,000 colleges and more than 15 lakhs teachers and a number of students. So basically AIU should also include rather extending all these facilities or try to organize empowerment about the good colleges. Maybe you are also talking about NAC. you're also talking about autonomous institution. So the percolation of all these activities should reach to affiliated colleges in order to really map the benefits from this sector. Is about. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sapkal. I mean, colleges directly do not come under the purview of AIU because we are an association of universities. So one thing is when the colleges get the degree awarding power as envisaged in the National Education Policy, then we will think of having colleges own our own board. I mean, as a member of AIU, maybe associate member or something. But we do touch the colleges in terms of, say, when we hold the student Anveshan program, when we hold the student sports events, when we hold the students youth affairs programs. In all these programs, the students from the colleges do participate. Because in the interzonal, with the zonal competitions which we have, in the zonal competition, before that, the intercollegiate is held by the university amongst the colleges of that university. So the winners of those intercollegiate come to the zonal competition. Same thing happens for the sports also. So we are touching the colleges, not directly, but indirectly through the sports events, through the youth affairs events, and through the student research convention. Thank you. Anyone else?
Has invoked, I mean, she has said. So I think we appreciate a lot of good work happening in AIU, and particularly in last 5 years. That's when I am also the Vice Chancellor. So I'm seeing a lot of good work happening in the AIU. So I think one of the parameter, and I think it's widely discussed, debated, is about the competency in research. Now all the universities wants to have their share or their presence in research funding arena, which is there. And well, individually or departments or colleges, it may be difficult. So if there can be some sort of a pool which can be under the umbrella of AIU, where say universities can identify their thrust areas, and those thrust areas. So if there is something about AI or computing, or say, for example, in health sciences or in biotechnology, so if some thrust areas are identified, and then I think few universities coming together in that thrust area, I think we will be having a lot of tangible outcomes which are there. And then I think that will help us maybe get our research or the publications even at international level, because now individual efforts are happening and individual efforts have limitations. So I think that is something you're doing a lot of good work and we really appreciate that. But nowadays, whether it is ranking or accreditation or any other agencies which is there, that's looking at the research and funding. So in thought that maybe identifying some thrust areas and establishing some collaborations or opportunities for working together.
Thank you, sir. Very good suggestion, sir. We can do it. But one thing which I want to share is, we know that right now there are so many predatory journals, and there is a little bit of difficulty in, say, promoting research. So what we are doing on 9th of March, this will be a series of webinars. On 9th of March, we are doing a webinar called Think, Check and Submit. So this webinar is being done in collaboration with an international body, STM, and there'll be one international speaker, one Indian speaker. So the purpose is, many times when the researchers publish, they don't know which journal to publish in. So how to identify a good journal, how to identify a predatory journal so that they don't publish there, how to write a good research paper, how to write an impactful research project also. So this is a series of webinars which we'll be doing. First one is on 9th of March. So I will also request the Vice Chancellors who are present there that please request your research scholars, to your faculty to enroll for that webinar. It is free of cost, and it will be a very good learning experience for all of them. So if Vice Chancellors can enroll, that is well and good. But even if they cannot enroll, please request your faculty and researchers or research scholars to enroll for that particular webinar. We are sending a letter to you. So we have sent the letter. So we have already sent a letter to all of you for that. So the link has also been given. So one, you have to register, I mean, the researcher has to register, and then the link for joining will come to that particular register. Thank you.
Madam, wonderful presentation once again. But my suggestion today, you have 900 plus universities are in your role. And today, the one of the major problem all universities are facing is definitely one of them is ERP. They need all the data, but connecting the data is difficult. Everybody has something or other. Now, every university has ERP in their own domain, and many of them fail. They individually select the ERP vendor to implement. Instead of that, my suggestion would be, if such a large body and if you create a website for all the data to be captured and all the integration to be captured with individual domain to the universities, then one, the cost will be less. Second, everything can be available in one platform. Today, Amazon and the Flipkart is having such a large volume, but they can operate. But if you can do with the contribution of the university membership, it would be very better according to me.
So this suggestion came to us last year also, that if we can use the economy of scale, means if we negotiate with the private vendors that and get a, say, suppose there are many ERP solutions in the market. So we set up a committee and then evaluate which is the best ERP solution, and then have a negotiation with them that, okay, 500, 600, these many universities will be having it. So what will be your cost? Obviously, the cost will be very low. And many vendors have also approached us that we are going to give you 60, 70, 80% discount on the ERP cost. But again, when it comes to this, this is a very risky and sensitive area. So there can be allegations on AIU also that I don't know. So when it was discussed in the GC, it was mentioned that it may be a little risky to negotiate on behalf of other universities. But if this comes again and again, then we can be talking to our governing council. Same comes for the subscription of the publications, journals, that if we do the subscription centrally at AIU, it will be very, very cost effective. But again, we are just thinking, maybe if it comes out, we will be doing it. We have to have the general acceptability and many universities joining. We have to ask the universities that if we do this, how many of you are willing to join it? Because it has to be a collective exercise. So maybe we will think about it and we'll discuss in the Guwahati. So see, all parameters, you can also do that. The help from AIU will be the economy of scale. That because we are negotiating for 500 universities, we'll get a lower price. If you're negotiating for your own universities, you will get a higher price. Otherwise, all the parameters are covered. There are many ERP solutions. Somebody is giving something, somebody is giving something. So you can have an evaluation committee and decide that which ERP is best suited for your university. But the cost is the main issue.
Ma'am, may I have? Good afternoon, ma'am. May I have a question, please?
That is what that AIU portal is, that only. AIU portal, which I was talking about, is that only, where all the universities can log in and give their information. So if you feel that some more information has to be added, that we can ask, but the existing information also the universities are not filling. So our problem is that existing information also the universities are not filling. Therefore, those like admission portal, or even we also had a AIU job portal, that if you have any job vacancy in your university, put it on the AIU job portal so that you can get many more applications. But the universities are not doing it. So from our side, that is open. Job portal is open, admission portal is open, collaboration portal is open, but the information has to come from the universities.
In the beginning, the council said that the problems which the vice chancellors are facing in their functioning, in the light of that, I, as vice chancellor, is from regulators of the government. And the request is that the balancing role can be there from the side of AIU to minimize the difficulties related to implicit mindset of the regulators and the percolation of the information by government higher education, the goals. Establishing private universities in the country which have ushered India into an education revolution now, with private sector universities leading the education sector. So that kind of effort is needed because um, they call it as private university. Only one guideline is there, 2.1 of UGC regulation 2003. University is a university. We don't want any support in regard to that. But what I want to say is that in spite of our best efforts, we generate our resources also. We would like to be called as self-financing university and respected more than the funded universities. So the implicit mindset of the people coming in inspections to our universities is required to be changed. And the goals of liberalization of higher education and democratization of higher education are to be percolated. This is one thing. Second part of my request is to Professor Mukhopadhyay that whether he agrees with me that the India has ushered into an education revolution through private sector universities with more than 1,000 universities and around 600 universities in private sector now. So that is something unbelievable during last 15 years. And the objects, the rumble strips are to be removed. The green signal is to be given to India. And that's what is the dream of Honorable Prime Minister, to establish a university in every district of India. That is the decentralization and democratization of education and breaking the hegemony of the government sector. Thank you so much.
You're absolutely right, but change of attitude it cannot be done by sending a letter to the regulatory bodies. It has to come through the deliberations which happen in such conferences in which the government representatives are also present, so that they do understand that, yes, they are respectable, of course. And slowly, the perception is also changing. But I don't know what we can do about it. The only thing is that whatever good things we are doing, what I think one idea which comes to me is, if we say the best practices of, say, private or self-financing universities, so in different areas, whether it could be research or assessment and evaluation or anything. So if the best practices can be shared with the government, that all this the private sector is doing, so it can be an eye-opener. So if you want, AIU can work on that. But best practices adopted by foreign universities, or best facilities existing in the foreign universities, which can be used by other universities, of course, on payment basis. Something like that can be thought of.
I would like to ask one question, ma'am. Can I?
For giving a very effective presentation on AIU. I compliment the AIU team for the newly taken up activities also. I have been a teacher in the university system for the last 52 years. Of course, we know the name of AIU, the Vice Chancellor's Conference, the Zonal Vice Chancellor's Conference, the Vice Chancellor's Conferences. And also we know the AIU's name very well in sports, very well in youth festival, youth activity. But when it comes to young researchers, whether it be science, technology, engineering, any subject, humanities, social science, and all that, young faculty members or researchers, I think they don't even know the name of the AIU. So that is, of course, it is our responsibility as Vice Chancellor. It is our responsibility. But why is it that probably I do not have an answer for that? But I will probably my thinking is that, for example, if you just look at the Association of Commonwealth Universities, they have scholarship programs. I am not saying, I know the difficulties in getting money. I am not saying that the scholarship you have to give a proposal to the government of India for scholarship, you will not get that answer, or that's difficult. And similarly, you organize programs very specifically for university administration, university management, all these things. But all academic societies or academies like this is an academy. They organize very specific activities. Maybe core areas, subject areas are there. So when it comes to the university system, you should also identify faculty-wise core subject groups. And it is not necessary that you should provide money. We should, of course, we are all member associate. You should provide money for the thing, but giving a brand, giving a name for a conference in economics, a name from AIU. Now nobody gets any money for big funding for seminars and conference. Everybody they will also find money. The UGC is not giving money. Even of course I come from the science stream. The science technology is not giving big money for conferences, but it is very important that we should conduct quality conference and all that. Otherwise, what is happening is that they are all going to so-called what is that quotation conferences? I do not know what is the and the fly-by-night operators. There are several namesake organization coming, starting international conference on science, technology, astrology, humanities, and all these things together. All these things are happening. And if AIU is a very 100 years old, if AIU gives a brand, it gives to such conference. For example, in several subject area, in several organizations, subject area wise interactions are there. Probably what we can think, what we can think is think only. What we can think is creating a very specific subject areas. Of course, we know what is in the university. We mentioned about the artificial intelligence, but very specific subject areas in basic sciences, in humanities, in social sciences, in economics, in language and literature. You identify areas, they say, you just give the name of the AIU. Give the name of the AIU. And then let the organizers, let the organizers support, get the support from maybe let them go to ICSR, let them go to DST, let them go to any other place. But if you can just make them probably that if that branding comes to AIU, AIU will become more popular. Otherwise, they will think that it is our vice chancellors, it is vice chancellors conferences and all that. So this name, it is true that they are not, of course, we cannot start specific journals or anything. Maybe conferences, very specific discussion meetings. For example, the prominent academies in the country, in INAE, Indian Academy of Sciences, Indian National Science Academy, they sponsor very specific discussion meetings on their own subject, very specific area of relevance, an emerging area every year. So you identify, for example, faculty-wise, if there are 15 faculties across the country, faculty means different faculties. Under each faculty, you try to say that AIU is maybe don't even give a token support, but you can say their name. You are also providing that only, no? For many of the things you are giving AIU name only, not any money or anything. So that it has to be done. Otherwise, all these vice chancellors conference, they will think that it is our conferences. I have been attending this since 9th grade.
Thank you, sir.
This can be done. This can be done, no doubt about it. For example, you just say in one area, this conference annually they will support, and let them write to you, and you say that you don't have any much professional, but your branding will have a value because this is an established brand. AIU is an established brand, and they are trying to bring that people also into the fold. And that is
We'll try to, next year, we will have a research committee meeting, we will bring out this subject-wise conference.
Because, for example, lot of conferences are happening, but nowadays UGC is not coming forward. There's no money. Even from these other funding agencies also dealing support. But because the AIU name can fetch a support instead of going to this splitting some sort of a fly-by-night operators for conferences and all that. If they come to AIU, it will fetch a name for AIU, and it will.
So we will float proposals for say one conference a month.
Not even 1 month. One conference in one subject, 1 year.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like in month, we can have 12 subject-wise conferences for 12 subjects.
Something like that. You just say different, all the different realms of knowledge. You just say one, at least one conference, your name. And let, if it is going to one particular subject, let that organizing committee find out their support from DST, or if it is science, go to DST from wherever there. And people are they can, but that can fetch a name for AIU, and it can probably give some sort of a confidence among the youngsters about our involvement in quality.
Thank you, sir. One or two things I would like to share here is, sir, as far as researchers, student researchers are concerned. So we are having a program called Anveshan, in which the students' research projects are submitted and evaluated, and a very good prize is also there. But again, here I would like to appeal to all the vice chancellors. Like recently, I went to the AIU West Zone Anveshan program. Out of 176 universities, only around 19 to 20 universities participated. So if the universities do not participate in such programs, how do we take it forward? So in that particular program, we are spending a lot of money. So total around 40-50 lakhs we are spending in whole of the Anveshan program. But the universities are not, maybe they don't pay attention to the AIU circulars or something. But please encourage your students to participate in the Anveshan program, because it is a very good program for promoting research amongst the students. That is one. Second thing, sir, scholarships. That thing I forgot to share with you. What we have also done with we are taken up with the government is that G20 is happening. So G20, when we say G20, it is government to government. So mostly the people who are coming from the G20 countries in India are the bureaucrats, and especially for education, there are education ministers. So education ministers conference of the G20 countries will be held in Pune, and otherwise there are 4 meetings being held in, say, Orissa, Amritsar, Pune, in which the administrators from G20 countries and administrators from India are participating, and occasionally they are also calling some of the academicians. So we went to the government that if you really want to promote higher education, and if you want to showcase Indian higher education, we should be inviting the vice chancellors from the universities in the G20 countries, not the administrators. So we gave a proposal called Uni 20, like G20, Uni 20, in which the universities in the G20 countries and the good universities in our country, they will be sitting together, and the government has agreed to that as a side event of E20, not as a main event. Uni 20 has not been recognized as the engagement group, but as a side event of E20, now we are holding a conference in Pune from 19th to 21st of June. We are inviting the vice chancellors of G20 countries. We'll be inviting our vice chancellor. So there will be a conference in Pune. And after that, we are requesting those vice chancellors, we'll divide them into groups. They'll be visiting various universities in the country, the good universities, so that they know what Indian higher education system is. It is not that only we have to learn from them, they also can learn from us. So they'll be visiting some universities in the country, and in the end, there will be a debriefing or culmination event, which will be in Delhi NCR region. So that is what we are planning from 19th June to something like 26th or 27th June. So that in that we are also saying that during this time, the government of India should, I am addressing your scholarship issue, sir, that like you would be knowing about Fulbright scholarships, and Fulbright was instituted in 1946. And right now there are something like 3 lakh Fulbright scholars all over the world. And they are basically the brand ambassadors of the US higher education system, because they take them there, they show them their higher education system. Similarly, Erasmus Mundus was there, which was started in 85. Right now, there are something like 85,000 Erasmus scholars. But India does not, I mean, we do have ICCR scholarships, but we do not have any such brand like Erasmus or Fulbright. So what we are telling them is have something like Bharat Bhagya Vidhata scholarship or something like that, which we invite students from all over the world to India to study in India, so that we do have brand ambassadors all over the country. So let us see if it comes through, but we have given a proposal. Thank you. Mr. Shedwell.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Mittal. I think I want to follow up on Professor Rajashekaran Pillai's comments. In terms of taking the AAU brand beyond the vice chancellors, to also looking at the faculty members and their capacity needs. uh, with the national education policy and the introduction of blended learning, technology-enabled learning, there is a huge opportunity for us to build the capacity of the faculty members to also create courses and deliver courses in a blended mode, including that of adapting to technology. So if this is an area of interest and need, together with AIU, my own organization, Commonwealth of Learning, could collaborate with AIU, provided we have universities approach AIU for these kinds of capacity building initiatives, either within the university, bringing all their faculty members, if these are large universities, or if they can take the leadership position for a geography where they can gather other university faculty members as well, then we can think about a collaborative effort of this kind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Shri. Now, sir, we'll have to close the session because the education minister has to come online 1:30. He was to come online. It's 1:35. So I would like to thank each one of you for your active participation, for the suggestions, for the comments, and for the encouragement given to AIU. Thank you very much, and keep encouraging us like this, and we'll keep on doing good work. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We are about to begin with the valedictory session in a short while from now. In the meantime, Honorable Vice Chancellors are hereby requested to kindly submit the recommendation sheet duly filled in to our volunteers for third technical session. Thank you. Good afternoon, respected dignitaries on the dais, esteemed vice chancellors from various universities, faculties and friends. On behalf of Association of Indian Universities and Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad, I feel privileged to extend a warm welcome to all present here at the West Zone Vice Chancellor Meet 2023 valedictory session. May I request all the dignitaries to proceed to the dais, please. Dr. Mittal, Professor Sharma, and Honorable Vice Chancellor Yole, sir. At the outset, I express a deep sense of gratitude to all the eminent guests present today for sparing their precious moments for these brainstorming sessions at this summit, where the much valued opinions will be forwarded for policies to be framed for better higher education and academics at global level. Vidvattam cha nripatvam cha na eva tulya kadachana swadeshe pujyate raja vidwan sarvatra pujyate. As the verse from Subhashitani, we understand that knowledge is humans' extra beauty. It's a hidden treasure. Through knowledge, one can enjoy different happiness and it brings success. During foreign visit, knowledge is our kin. Only knowledge is worshipped and not wealth. As a mark of respect towards knowledge and wisdom, let me request honorable dignitaries to offer a floral tribute to Bharat Ratna Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar and the great warrior of all times, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. Thank you all. This West Zone Vice Chancellor's meet was the last zonal meet of the year 22-23. The theme for this meet was evaluation reforms for transformative higher education. The meet mainly focused on the examination system in India and is supposed to motivate the HEIs to bring in reforms required to make it the most efficient system. The discussions primarily focused on all components of the present examination system, like the conduct of the examination, marking and grading, re-evaluation, transparency in the declaration of results, continuous comprehensive evaluation, innovative assessment methods, training needs for examination, capacity building, professional skills to design, implement, and monitor effective examinations, competitive examinations, emerging challenges, and various other topics. To sum it up, I can say that all the distinguished guests invited to the meet have had a saga of success with their fair share of obstacles and never say die attitude. These legends have shared their experiences with us during this event and have given many tangible recommendations to bring forth the best of everything in higher education of the region. Without wasting any further time, let me take the opportunity to introduce the dignitaries on the dais. Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, as we all are aware, is Secretary General of Association of Indian Universities, who has been serving higher education at various reputed positions for more than 30 years now. Dr. Mittal is recipient of many awards and honors like Fulbright Nehru Scholarship Grant for Educational Administrators, President of India Award, Honorary Doctorate D.Lit from Karnataka State Women's University. Madam, for her excellent contributions in societal development and community engagement, has received first Padma Shri Subhashini Devi Award in the year 2018. In the same year, she also received Quimpro Gold Standard Award and Srimati Sushma Swaraj Tri Shakti Samman in the year 2020. Dr. Pankaj Mittal has visited a number of foreign countries for academic purposes and for presenting papers in international conferences. Okay, let me now request Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Professor Dr. Yoli to felicitate and honor. Another dignitary on the dais is Professor G.D. Sharma, Vice Chancellor, University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya, Shillong. I'll request Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Dr. Yoli to felicitate Professor Sharma. Thank you, sir. Now I request Pro Vice Chancellor Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University to honor Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Professor Dr. Pramod Yole, sir. Thank you. We would like to show our appreciation towards untiring efforts taken by AIU officials to make this event a resounding success. I'll request Dr. Mustadif Khan sir to felicitate Shri Vijendra Kumar and Satyapal ji. Thank you, sir. We deem it a great honor that AIU is felicitating the dignitaries of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad. I will request Dr. G.D. Sharma to felicitate Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad. Thank you, sir. Now I'll request Dr. Mittal to felicitate Pro Vice Chancellor Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Dr. Shyam Singh. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. I'll again request Dr. Mittal to honor Registrar Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad, Dr. Bhagwan Sakre. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. May I again request Dr. Mittal to felicitate the Nodal Officer, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Dr. Mustadif Khan. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Without much ado, let me request Dr. Shyam Singh, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, to elaborate on the crux of the tangible deliberations we have listened to so far. Please, sir.
President of this validated function, Professor G.D. Sharma, Vice President, AIU, and Vice Chancellor, USPM Meghalaya. Honorable Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, Association of Indian Universities. Honorable Dr. Pramod Yole, Vice Chancellor Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad, all dignitaries, Vice Chancellor, their respective representatives, and friends. Good afternoon, one and all. I am very happy to be a witness of this high-level academic gathering. We as Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad, it was a great pleasure for us to organize West Zone Vice Chancellor's Meet. We are very thankful to AIU that they have given us an opportunity to organize this wonderful event. Now I am here to present last 2 days report of session and intellectual discussion. The first day deliberation of 2-day Association of Indian Universities based on Vice Chancellor's Meet 2022-23, hosted by Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, commenced with the inaugural ceremony on February 21, 2023. The meet was set up to perfect tune with the august presence of Professor Suranjan Das, President, AIU, and Vice Chancellor, Jadavpur University, Kolkata, Shri Atul Kothari, Secretary, Shiksha, Sanskriti, Uthan Nyas, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, AIU, and Dr. Yevule, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, at the inauguration dais. The inaugural session embarked the endeavors of AIU, following which Dr. Yevule presented host universities across Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University. The university, which spans across 46 departments in Aurangabad and presence in Usmanabad, Ratnagiri, Musangi, and Santpet at Paithan, was recognized for spearheading quality education in the region, especially for disadvantaged masses. Besides being one of the sought after universities for student appreciation for Egypt, Yemen, Iran, and others, Dr. Yevle made a mention of complex global forces and disruptive changes to influence the performance of human resources. Dr. Yevle concluded by making that academics Congress like this serve as a catalyst of drive transforming reforms. Dr. Pankaj Mittal expressed the 98 years of the remarkable legacy of AIU. She limelighted the merit of being one of the world's largest association of university with an assemblage of 931 universities. She made a mention of how AIU is spearheading the whole academic transformation in the country, while their novel initiatives of international moot court competition, AIU Women Youth Parliament, Khelo India University Games, and others. Remarkable in her narration was the mention of 44 players of the Olympics where participants in the AIU Khelo India initiatives. Dr. Mittal stressed on capacity building of teachers and active assessment pedagogy while employing technology tools for personalized technical teaching assessment and evaluation. She culminated with an appeal for online registration of universities in AIU portal. Presidential address, Professor Suranjan Das made a due mention of the 1948 Radha Krishnan Commission, National Education Policy 2020 talk was assertion that higher education institutions have established themselves as a catalyst of human development, which holistically influencing economic and social culture development. Professor Das, through historical context, emphasized on the contemporary nature of the theme. He conclusively suggested a need of turning in dual degrees, international academic ecological system, and decolonization of education by imbibing the education in vernacular. The chief guest of the inaugural function, Shri Atul Kothari, the need for a trimester academic curriculum with a holistic approach of evaluation by integration of the evaluation and the indigenous system. Sri Kothari hinted at the need of multi-pronged evaluation approach by stakeholder, that is student themselves, teachers, evaluation, and pivotal is parents evaluation of the progress of their work. His scholastic talk culminated with the need for a holistic approach to evaluation, pedagogy, syllabus revamping, and integration of ICAS, that's in the knowledge system. The inaugural session concluded with the release of AIU University News, periodical with the legacy of 93 years, which is edited by Sistala Ramapani. In the Apex body meet, the integral segment of Apex body meet was graced by Chairperson Professor G.D. Sharma, Vice President of AIU and Vice Chancellor of USTM Meghalaya, Co-Chair Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU, and speakers Dr. Ajit Singh, Regional Officer and Assistant Director WRO, Mumbai, AICTE, NAC Advisor Dr. M.S. Sham Sundar and Dr. L. Manjunath Rao and Dr. R.C. Agrawal, Deputy Director General, Indian Council of Agriculture Research. While the session hinted at a social digital transformation, multi-stakeholder inclusion in NAC initiatives and institute management system, substantial contribution were made by the recommendation. Some recommendations are there. Reduction in need of land infrastructure from 40 acres to 10 acres for initiating BSc course in agriculture. Pertinent to health science studies, need of WFME equivalence to Indian residential internship program, need for support from AIU towards establishing incubation facilities in universities, request for integrating NAC and ICAR accreditation, need for separate NAC accreditation for universities bearing the character of research university and that of academic university separately. The chairman in his concluding remarks stressed on integrated efforts regularly bodies toward holistic ENEP implementation. Technical session 1. Technical deliberation theme on continuous assessment and evaluation under the chairmanship of Professor Marmar Mukhopadhyay and Speaker Professor Ami Upadhyay and Professor B.K. Tripathi uh, were influential. The session dilute into the multi-pronged recommendation of innovation and capacity development as vital of knowledge creation, wherein patents and awards should be offered thrust. Beside the many other scholastic creation of knowledge, the session also remarked on the need of frequent assessment of knowledge and learning skills, wherein the assessment is considered as yet another tool for learning. Professor Upadhyay recommended the need of technology embedded assessment with extreme transparency, while the inclusion of industry in the whole gamut of assessment. The session deliberated on the moment's role of Board of Studies toward design of effective assessment system. The involvement of industries in evaluation pedagogy was also hinted on, while lack of proper teacher education was deeply regretted for the chairman in this concluding remarks. The importance of making the students skills in tool of learning, developing cognitive approach of methodological feedback process. He illustrated the effectiveness of horizontal communication in learning through co-creation as one of the prominent strategy. Technical session 2. Following the technical session 1 was the conclusion segment, technical session 2 theme, using technology for assessment and evaluation under the chairmanship of Dr. N.J. Pawar, Vice Chancellor, Dr. D.Y. Patil, Vidyapit Pune, and speakers Dr. Shiv Tripathi, Dr. G. Sundar, and Dr. Bashir Ahmed Chadraj. Across the deliberation, the session recommended the need of local and consortia and College of Education Technology for collaborative success. The inclusion of AR, VR, XR, AI, ML, and blockchain technology in the teaching, learning, evaluation process was it another significant takeaway of the scholastic meditation. It was unanimously accepted that the AI-based approaches have its limitation and challenges. Still, they can be by great aid and augmenting teaching, learning. Finally, it was aptly pointed out that only a teacher has a capacity to inspire students, and certainly it is mainframe of the academic endeavors. Technical session 3. The conclusive technical session was delivered on innovative assessment method and capacity building for faculty under the chairmanship of Professor Sandeep Sancheti, Vice Chancellor, Marwadi University, Rajkot. Other speeches from Professor V.N. Rajshekaran Pillai, Vice Chancellor, Somaya Vidya Vihar University, Professor G.C. Bimani, Vice Chancellor, Saurashtra University, and Professor Karbhari V. Kale, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University. The chairman brought to the core of need of embedded personalization of innovation and technology, while hinting on open book examination and theme examination being a rogue. Professor Pillai hinted diagnostic evaluation teacher to be the nucleus of evaluation and technology of the teacher expertise for sustainable assessment system to exist. He asserted that if freedom is extended to institution, each edifice has the potential to be a primer. Talk of Professor Bimani made a due mention of simulation, digital games, competency-based assessment, micro-assessment, and field assessment as a potential mediums of assessment to foster a sense of community and collaboration. Culmination of the technical session was the brief of Professor K.V. Kale. The expert, while making a due mention of Nalanda and Takshashila, hinted on the revamping of whole system in the NEP regime. Sir made a prelude of need of inclusion of all stakeholders, wherein exam system should be aimed at assessing human skill incumbents. Beside the theoretical knowledge, Professor Kale expressed his view that the freedom of convocations assessment should be based on the discipline and course it caters to. The session witnessed recommendations for a need of education research, feasible potential and implementable technical solutions for assessment. Beside the need of having a central testing agency catering to the specific need of state universities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dynamism is his middle name and able leadership his forte. May I now request Honorable Vice Chancellor, our own Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Professor Yole sir, to enlighten us.
Honorable Vice President of AIU and Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor G.D. Sharmaji, Honorable Secretary General of AIU, Dr. Pankaj Methal, all the Vice Chancellor delegates who are here, we came for this conference from the different parts of the country. Pro Vice Chancellor, then Registrar of our university. Many head of the departments are also present here for this valedictory function. Teachers, guests, invitees, representatives of print and electronic media, ladies and gentlemen. This is the valedictory session of a 1.5 day. This West Zone Vice Chancellor Meet 2023, organized by Association of Indian Universities at this Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University. since last 1.5 day, there were the intellectual deliberations on the evaluation reforms for transformative higher education. Regarding the deliberations, then the detailed report is also presented by our Pro-Vice Chancellor. The meet was inaugurated by Honorable Shri Atul Kothari. And Kothari ji rightly pointed out that for this bringing about the change in the field of education, a holistic approach is required. Since last 75 years, many commissions were appointed to improve the quality of higher education. This is the third national education policy. But I think the stories and worries of higher education and even the lower education are same. That is not much improvement in that. Discussion, deliberations are going on, but the concrete suggestions or the output is not coming. Atulji also told that efforts taken over years by the student. In his word, the student is taking effort for 365 days, and we are assessing the student within 3 hours. And after the 3 hours examination, whatever the information given by the teacher, we are also information provider only to the students. Out of that, the student some express in the answer script, and that we assess. And after the assessment, we give him a class like first class, second class, or the grade A, B. And that grade he or she has to carry throughout his life. That is our education system, and that is our evaluation system. So Atulji, focus on the complete change regarding the NEP 2020. He told that it's a most centric policy and also explain the need of the 360-degree revamp of the education system. And further he told that it cannot be changed overnight. It needs to be revamped in a phase manner, a first phase, second phase, like that. Professor Mukhopadhyay also quoted here that there are several other drawbacks in the system due to which the Indian examination system under several criticism. Whereas back in 1948, the Education Commission said, if they had to suggest one single reform in university education, it would be that of examination only. Noted educationalist and former President of India, Dr. Radhakrishnan wrote, for nearly half a century, the examination system has been recognized as one of the worst features of Indian education. Friends, this is the time. We have to think about it seriously. Being vice chancellors of the university, we are facing many problems, and most of the problems are regarding the examination. The university becomes just the instrument of conducting the examination throughout the year. Now in the semester examination, main examination, then again supplementary examination. And there are the limitations of the act. In my university, 4.5 lakh students are there. I have to conduct the examination. I have to declare the result within 30 days or 45 days. Otherwise, I have to give explanation to Honorable Chancellor, sir, why it is delayed. There are many private or self-financing institutions. In my university, in last 2 years, 200 colleges, new colleges are started on the self-financing basis. Sorry to say, because media is here, without teachers, they are running. And for the valuation, the approved teachers are required as per our University Act. So under such situation, what to do? And sometimes we are handicapped. Just I would like to share one experience recently happened in my university. The result of the summer examination declared, of course, summer 2022. The one girl of BCom, When we declare the merit list, she was second in merit. She told us that I have submitted application for the redressal, that is the revaluation. And when the result was declared, she is second in the merit. She told my redressal result is not declared by the university, otherwise I may be a first ranker or first merit. So you declare my result and then you display the merit list. We have done it. And in the revaluation, her marks was revised by 20 marks increased. But on the second side, our ordinance was not permitting to revise the merit list because as per the ordinance, she will get the benefit of that 20 marks. But once the merit list is declared, we cannot revise the merit list. That is our limitation. Now that girl had challenged in the High Court. As a person, I was knowing that there is an injustice on that girl. But as a Vice Chancellor, I can't violate that ordinance. That time, some words came in mind. I don't know किसने लिखा है और किसी ने बताया है. हवा भी सही थी, दिया भी सही था. हवा को चलना था, दिया को जलना था. Our evaluation system and examination system is like that. We have to conduct the examination and declare the result within 30 days. That is our limitation. Friends, regarding the new education policy also, many things were told here. When I was in Varanasi for attending the Akhil Bharatiya Shiksha Sangam, I think many Vice Chancellors were present for that. In the inauguration of that summit, that meet, Honorable Prime Minister, because it was inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Education Minister, Honorable CM of UP, and Honorable Governor of UP was also present here. In that meet, while addressing to the Honorable Vice Chancellors, Honorable Prime Minister said, I quote, you have to prepare the youth with whom you spend your time. Not for the present, but for tomorrow. If you want to prepare them for tomorrow, you have to prepare for a year ahead. If you are ready for coming years, then you have to prepare the institution for next 100 years. Only then you can achieve this task. We know that the task is difficult. There are different types of university, public universities, private universities are there, deemed universities are there. The challenges of different universities are different. But we have to accept the challenge. We must appreciate that AIU have initiated that is this, at least the thought process on the evaluation, and that too from a holy land of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University. But my suggestion, madam, to you, you can identify few institutions or few universities for these reforms in the evaluation. Yesterday, while discussing with our officers and the head of the departments, one thought came in my mind, why I should not identify 3-4 departments which is having the good strength of faculty, and we start the new evaluation process. Not this conventional education or conventional evaluation process, by conducting the examination at the end of the semester and evaluating it, and we'll try to implement it from this academic session only. Friends, we have taken every efforts for the success of this conference. Since last 3 months, my colleagues, my officers, they are working hard. Dr. Mustajib Khan and his team has taken every effort and every care, right from the transportation, conveyance, your accommodation. Yesterday, all the Vice Chancellor visited our university, our Earn and Learn scheme, our incubation center, history museum. You appreciated it a lot. I'm thankful for you. Then our students also presented some cultural events also. Some of you were present for that. I feel because when I was the president of Association of Pharmacy Teachers of India, I organized the Indian Pharmaceutical Congress where the delegates are around 8,000 to 10,000.
in that conference, the people were saying that apart from the intellectual deliberation, the success of the conference depends on the quality and taste of food. So we have tried to give a tasty food. Yesterday, Madam was telling, आपने बहुत अच्छा खाना खिलाया और काफी ज्यादा खाना खिलाया. Madam, we are thankful to all of you for coming here and taking part in the active deliberations. I'm thankful to AIU for giving us an opportunity to hold this conference or this VC meet. Hoping to see you again in Meghalaya. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now let me request Dr. Mittal to address the audience.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Vice President of AIU, Dr. G.D. Sharmaji, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Marathwada University, the Ambedkar Marathwada University, Dr. Pramod Yaviji, the esteemed Vice Chancellors who are present here, especially the former President, Professor Sandeep Sancheti, former Vice Chairman of UGC, Professor Rashikran Pillai, the eminent educationist, Professor Marmar Mukhopadhyay, all the esteemed Vice Chancellors. I cannot be taking the name of each one of you, but the esteemed Vice Chancellor, the Pro-Vice Chancellor, Registrar of the University, the Nodal Officer, Dr. Khan, who has been working really hard to make this conference successful. A very good afternoon to all of you. First of all, let me convey my gratefulness, regards, and thanks to Professor Yavle and his team, especially Professor Khan, who have been working very hard to make it successful on all the counts, whether it is the arrangement part of the conference, whether it is transportation part of the conference, the food he has talked about, the type of event which we saw yesterday in the university, the talent which the university has in terms of giving such a fine performance yesterday, and the types of incubation centers and startups they are having. So thank you for each and everything to the university, to all the officials of the university, to the faculty members who are sitting here. They were so enthusiastic in showing each and every aspect of university that showed the belongingness of the faculty members with the university. Sometimes the faculties are working, or the registrar or the PVC or the VC, not VC, but at least the faculty, sometimes they are working just for the sake of earning or livelihood or the profession. But the type of belongingness which I saw of the faculty with the university, that was remarkable. So that the credit goes to the leadership of the university. So congratulations for that to Professor Yavle. Now, coming to the theme of the conference and what are the takeaways, because in the valedictory, we generally talk about the takeaways, that what did we take away? So importance of the theme can be known from the fact, the importance of the theme can be known from the fact that this is the only issue where none other than the Honorable Prime Minister of India, not only once every year, he talks to the students on Pariksha Pe Charcha. So he talks about Pariksha Pe Charcha because he understands that how horrific the examinations can be. And I suppose the only book he has written during this tenure, maybe I'm not aware of if others he have written, the only book he has written is Exam Warriors. So he has written a book called Exam Warriors to sort of tell students that how to not take tension or stress during the examinations. So that is why this assessment and evaluation, examination, they are such important topics for which the Honorable Prime Minister himself is so worried that our students are so stressed because of the examination, and that stress is there because of the pattern of examination, because of the summative, because of the end term examination, because of the way we are holding the examination. So this particular conference which we are holding is to find out the innovative ways of assessment and evaluation in which the assessment is also done in the right manner, and at the same time stress is not there. So the 10 takeaways which I have thought of when we were talking of assessment of learning, for learning, as learning. So 10 takeaways which I thought of sharing with you is, one is the, like Professor Mukhopadhyay was saying, that we have to test the attainment of knowledge, not whatever the information he has created, and also testing the creation of knowledge. Is the student capable of creating the knowledge? I do remember an episode which happened long back with Sabir Bhatia. I hope everybody knows who Sabir Bhatia is. Sabir Bhatia is the one who invented Hotmail. Now we are using Gmail. At that time, Hotmail was there. So Sabir Bhatia went to US for studies, and he went there and he submitted an assignment, which was all correct. He went to the professor, submitted the assignment, and he got a big zero in that assignment. So he thought that these people are prejudiced against Indians, so I should pack my bags and go back. So, but he thought, let me go to the professor once and ask him that what is the issue? Why did I get zero? So he went to the professor, sir, is it not correct? Whatever I have written. He says, yes, it is correct. And writing is good, grammar is good, English is good. He had beautifully underlined sidelines, everything were there. But then he said, then sir, if everything is correct, why have you given me zero? The professor says, what is new in it? I could have seen it in any book. I'm here just reproducing the book. So what is new in it? There's nothing new. That's why we have given you zero. So then he understood the type of assessment which was happening in India and the type of assessment which is happening abroad. So you have to create knowledge, create something creative has to be there if you really want to get marks. So he unpacked his bags and then he studied there. And then he ultimately invented Hotmail. So this is the way the assessment system in both the countries are operating. Dr. Sancheti was also telling some examples, which he will share maybe during lunchtime with you. So that is one is testing what? Testing attainment of knowledge, testing creation of knowledge. Second is, Professor Sancheti was talking about autonomy to the teachers, that how they want to evaluate. It is important that the autonomy to teachers should be there. But at the same time, we need autonomy for the students also. Again, I'll tell the small story, and it seems it's a dialogue between Neil Bohr and Rutherford. It says, one was teacher, one was student. So the student was given a question that using the barometer, measure the height of this tower. So the student says, okay, if I have to use the barometer and measure the height of the tower, I will go up the stairs of the tower, keep the barometer like this, put marks, pencil marks, then like this, like this, like this. So the height of barometer into the number of marks will be the height of the tower. So the teacher was very unhappy. He says, I don't have that much of time that I'll keep on measuring this. So tell me a simple solution. He says, okay, sir, if you don't agree, I will just tie a thread with the barometer, go to the top of the building, then drop the barometer as soon as it touches. I will pull back the thread and then length of the thread will be the height of the tower. So the teacher says, don't you have a scientific answer? I mean, of course, these answers can be there, but I want a scientific answer. Then he says, okay, sir, then what I will do is I'll go to the top of the building, top of the tower, throw the barometer from there. And with the stopwatch, I will see the time it takes to touch the ground. And I'll use that scientific formula, S is equal to UT plus half AT square. And S will give me the height of the tower. So this professor is very, very unhappy. He says, I want my barometer back. I don't want you to break the barometer. So give me some other solution, scientific solution. He says, sir, okay, then what I'll do is, on a sunny day, I will put the barometer like this, see the shadow of the barometer, see the shadow of the tower, and then ratio proportion I will use and tell you the height of the tower. He says, suppose it is not sunny then. He says, ultimately, sir, if you don't agree, I'll see the air pressure in the barometer at the bottom, go top, see the air pressure, and the difference in the air pressure will tell me the height of the tower. He says, if you knew this answer, why didn't you tell me in the first instance? He says, sir, I wanted to tell you there are 5 more answers. So what I'm trying to tell you is that the autonomy of the students is also very important. Sometimes the teachers say, okay, this answer, if this answer is there, then only marks will be given, other the marks will not be given. So they have to explore that there are so many answers. So each answer deserves appreciation. Each answer deserves something. So that is the second point which I took from here, that autonomy both to the students as well as the teachers. Third is, somebody yesterday asked about internal versus external, that what percentage should be given to internal, what percentage to external. I have studied from IARA, which was 100% internal. And there was no partiality, nothing. And we were judged very well by our teachers. And I personally feel that we should be judged by the teachers who are teaching us. So there's nothing wrong in having 100% internal, having 100% formative. But again, our teachers, like when I was the Vice Chancellor in this Rural Women University, there was earlier 20-80 ratio, that 20% internal, 80% external. So we went to the EC and made it 50-50. Our students, our teachers themselves came to me, no ma'am, this is wrong. It should be 2080 only because we should give more emphasis on summative. I said, why you don't have confidence in yourself? I mean, teachers are not having confidence that one teacher will give more marks or some prejudice for or against some student would be there. So if we trust our teachers, if trust is missing in the system, how can we survive? So if we really trust our teachers, we should make it 100% internal, not there shouldn't be any ratio between internal, external. It should be 100% internal, 100% continuous, 100% formative, because the teacher is the best judge to evaluate a student, because the teacher is looking at the student throughout the semester, not only one day during the date of the examination. Fourth, somebody rightly pointed out today about the capacity building. Professor Mukhopadhyay was saying that capacity building of the teachers on innovative ways to evaluate. And that is again very important, because we keep on recommending all the examination reforms which UGC has brought. AIU also earlier had brought so many reforms on examination, but we forget on one important aspect, that if we have to introduce these reforms, we have to train the teachers to practice those reforms also. So that is very important. For example, during COVID, the Delhi University gave a mandate to all the teachers that open book examination should be there. And this year, all the teachers should be setting the paper for open book examination. And this will be done in this way. And then the teachers were at their wits' end on how to set up a paper for open book examination. And many teachers gave almost the same paper which is given for the closed book examination, which defeated the very purpose of having an open book examination. So again, that is very important, at how to do the capacity building of the teachers. Fifth, we have been talking in the earlier conferences about the customized or personalized learning experience. Professor M.M. Pant gave a lecture on how to assess the level of each student while imparting education, so that there is a personalized education depending on the level of each student. So yesterday we talked about customized assessment and evaluation. Today also, Professor Sancheti was talking about fish example, that if fish can be tested for, say, swimming, we cannot test the monkey for swimming. Everybody has in something or the other, some other talent which one size fits all cannot be adopted. But then Dr. Shardak showed us that how we can also use artificial intelligence to test the level of the students depending upon how we taught them, and different aspects, whether it is the cognitive skills or comprehension or expression, all that can be tested using AI, and that too in a differential manner. So maybe that comes up further. I mean, right now we're at the initial stage, but that can come up further. This was the fifth, and sixth is the learnability. I mean, of course, we can teach the students whatever the curriculum is, but you know that how fast the curriculum is changing, how fast the future of education is changing, how fast the future of jobs is changing. So the student has to be given the capacity of learnability, how to learn fast. So that learnability has to be imparted, and that learnability has to be tested. So this is what I learned. Seventh, sir, you talked about team assessment, that it is not that first, second, third are important. We want masses to improve. Therefore, team assessment is also a very, very important tool for assessing the students. I mean, competition versus cooperation. So cooperation is better than competition. Then eighth was on-demand examinations. Again, this is a concept which many open universities like Ambedkar Open University in Ahmedabad, they are doing this on-demand examination. National Institute of Open Schooling is doing on-demand examination. So if this can be done, that will mean that the student appears for the examination when he or she is ready for the examination, not when you are ready for the examination. So when the student is ready for the examination, they should appear for the examination. And for that, on-demand examinations are done almost every month, in which whenever the student is ready, they appear for the examination. Ninth is, what I should say is that if you talk about when to evaluate, who should evaluate, how to evaluate, and what to evaluate and why to evaluate. Purpose of evaluation, Dr. Saoji was talking about that, why should we evaluate? So when we say when to evaluate, the recommendation here was not every year or every semester, every day, or rather every hour we should be evaluating. What aspects should be evaluated? Again, it was domain knowledge, of course, but in addition to the domain knowledge, all the aspects for the holistic development of the student, like learnability, civic sense, life or soft skills, value system. So all this should be evaluated. And who should be evaluating? Who should be? There was again a lot of discussion, and what came out was that there should be 4 types of persons who should be assessing the student: self-assessment, peer assessment, parents assessment, and teachers assessment. So if all the 4 assess, the real evaluation can be there. And the last point was that we should be doing the collection of best practices in examination reforms, which are being practiced by various universities, and share it with others so that one can emulate the other person and improve their evaluation system also. So lastly, last sentence would be that, again, it was said yesterday that the examination should not dictate teaching learning. It should be the other way around. Teaching learning should be dictating the examination. So with that, once again, I thank all of you, and especially the media, for giving a very, very wide coverage. Yesterday, we got something like 15, 20 clippings of various newspapers, both national, state level, and regional level, which had covered the conference. Thank you very much to all the media persons. And thanks to all of you for attending and keep encouraging us like this. Please keep coming for the AIU conferences, and whatever initiatives we take, please participate in all those initiatives. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. It's now the time to listen to presidential address by Professor G.D. Sharma.
And good afternoon to every one of you, and Honorable Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General of AIU, Honorable Dr. Pramod J. Yele, Vice Chancellor of Baba Bhimrao Ambedkar Marathwada University, our Honorable Professor Sandeep Sancheti sir, former President of AIU and the Vice Chancellor of Marwadi University, Rajkot, our Honorable Professor Raj Sekharan Pillai, former Chairman of UGC, Vice Chairman UGC, Vice Chancellor of IGNOU, and the also Director NEC, and now the Vice Chancellor of Somaiya Bihar deemed to be University Mumbai, all our esteemed, respected, honorable Vice Chancellors from different universities of the Western Zone, both in physical mode as well as online mode, and the senior most academicians, Professor Marmar Mukhopadhyay, former director, and so active academicians still more than us, and who is inspiring every one of us. Particularly, we have seen that in every technical session, starting from morning till last evening, night, he is having a lot of energy. So I was thinking that I have heard about Hunja tribe. I do not know whether you know. This is the tribe in border of Kashmir and Baluchistan, Hunja tribe. And on an average, they live for 120 years. And the ladies are very active, fertile up to 90 years. Just imagine. So I was just reading, what is that thing? One may be environment, pollution free. The another one was the Hunja tea. They take Hunja tea. And this Hunja tea comprises 5 herbs. One of them basil leaves, then mint leaves, then ginger, then this your green elaichi or what, and then some almond powder because they grow almond, and one more, these 5, 6 herbs they take. They do not take tea leaves. So I do not know that Hunja tea or what tea Professor Mukhopadhyay takes. But he is very active. So really, sir, we are grateful that you have made so much contributions and given so many ideas. We were our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, sir, and Registrar of the university and most active person, Dr. Hassan Saab, who has been so actively engaged, coordinating and guiding us, helping us. All young faculty members working day and night. And behind all these things, our young officers of AIU who are silently doing, and along with this conference, they are also working AIU official work. Mr. Vijendra and Satpal, and of course, who has not been present physically, Dr. Rama Pani. You have heard she has been very active in editing the newsletter timely. One of the organ of the mouthpiece of the AIU that publishing very good papers. Our all respected media persons, both from print and electronics, who are very kind and supportive. And this was only possible because the zonal conference for West Zone was hosted by Dr. BAMU in a very, very pious land of Dr. Bhimrao. That was what I was thinking, that because of this, his blessings, this conference has been so much encouraging, bringing so many ideas that generally we have seen many conferences after NEP 2020 organized only for bringing awareness and all these things, but not much about the assessment and evaluation. All these things, because of this very important aspect of the education system, particularly as Dr. Pankaj Mittal said, that from very beginning, our Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji, he has identified the problem of the students, that when exam comes, students at all level, particularly at school board level, they have so much stress. And because of this stress, they do not get sleep, they memorize, and it is mostly annual exam. So it creates this thing, problem. So he himself has come forward, he organizes every year charcha on pariksha par charcha. And he says that it should be like a festival, celebration of exam. And because of this, particularly CBSE and others, they have introduced now the continuous assessment. Because ultimately our purpose of assessment, evaluation is not to discourage the students and encourage the dropout, but encourage the inclusiveness in examination and have minimum clearing this. So through this, as yesterday and today, this has been suggested, lot of suggestions that self-assessment, open assessment, so many things. Whatever may be, each university has its own way of doing. But the main purpose of this reformative assessment and evaluation was, we have to bring change in our traditional method. How we can reduce the mistrust and reach to the highest level of creating trust, because we all have seen our own experiences in semester system. The next exam comes, but evaluation, re-evaluation, first, second, third continues. So many. Why? Many factors. What we have seen, one is starting from very beginning, the preparation of questions are such many. The question papers comes in such a manner, very difficult. 10 answers will be different types. Now, what goes in the mind of evaluator, we do not know. And that is how you go to first, second, third, all the marking will be different. No one will bring to the same, but just to ultimately accept the third evaluator, whatever has come, 5% more plus or 10% more plus, minus plus, that's fine. How to reduce, ultimately bring into our system a trustful evaluation and transparent evaluation. That is a challenge, so that it will create that our evaluation system is so good. That means Indian higher education evaluation is very reliable. We have seen so much variation in regional evaluation also. When I was working in Nehu, we invited some examiner from some region, I will not remember. They asked how much we should start. We said, whatever they deserve, students, you give. He said, no, in our region, we have to start 80% and above. This is the benchmark. Then I was thinking, we never think in that way. We start even 40%, as Professor Saoji was 30%. Even giving the mark, we have seen sometimes students are lacking 1 mark or 2 marks just to attain even 35%. That is also our psychology that we have now stopped. Otherwise, earlier there was marking quarter, 2 and quarter, 2 and half. This was the way of marking. That is why lot of now reforms, grading, then the lot of reforms are being done, but these 2 days our AIU's conference has given more opportunities to all of us, that when we have NEP 2020 giving so much opportunity, be liberal, but don't be so much giving opportunity to the students also, that without learning they get through this process. So we have to create a system where more and more activity-based learning as well as the assessment can be done. And when it is activity-based, do not expect the most ideal thing from them, because any technological evolution or anything starts from rudimentary only, and slowly refinement comes. So in this change also, when we are bringing, whether it is reforms, it is also necessary the students are also made aware about the system, so that they can prepare according to the system also. If it is more objective type, more short questions, or more activity, under what activity you expect to award 100 out of 100? It is very difficult to see that in some part students are getting so high percentage, in other parts they are not even getting, very hardly 60%. So ask the teachers, please give the model answer where the 100 out of 100 can be awarded, and display that model answer on your website. This is the model answer for this question. If you give 100 out of 100. Ultimately, what goes in the mind of a teacher, that why he is not teaching those points to be awarded grade, highest grade, or 100 out of 100. He expect that also he should write, though I have taught you that out of 100, if you replicate my answer, not more than 70%. But if you add these more points, you will get 100 out of 100. Give those points also. That because of time, I could not give you these points, but these are the points if you add. The same thing happened with some assessor also, without taking any name. They expect, but have you seen anybody getting 4 out of 4? 3.5, 3.6, 3.77 is highest now. What are those criteria? Let them give, which will fetch 4 out of 4. Or these are things. So that is why when these criteria are not there, what happens? It creates fear in everybody's mind. This is the reason that students are expecting 100 out of 100, but they are not able to get that much. So even if the student is getting 95, 96, he has the fear and stress in his mind, because that is the thing. So how we can reduce? We were talking about the foreign countries and all these things. They never have this kind of the creating fear in the mind. They have the approach of appreciator. If you have not done this, you have not told this road goes this. If you have given alternative road also, they will appreciate. So how to learn appreciating the learners and encourage them? We are talking about Nalanda, Takshila, Vikramshila, but see their system. The teaching learning was based on appreciation, innovation, done by both in cooperative manner. We have to bring that system and also create confidence. Because if we can create the confidence among the students, you will find the trust will develop. Because we are not creating the confidence, the students always feel if they do not please the teacher, he may fail me. He may not give me marks other than the academic part. So these 2 days conference, particularly as our Honorable Professor Suranjan Das, the President of AIU, mentioned in his deliberation that lot of things are there to be done. And Honorable Bhaiji Atul Kothari, as he has suggested, let us go step by step in implementing and creating holistic approach towards education, including the assessment and the evaluation, so that the youth, they find whatever facilities, resources are there sufficient. And they emerge a potential contributor towards the growth of the society, and also to see that how best they can become the learner, continuous learner, and this should be the main aim of our higher educational institutions, that learning has to be made our continuous learning of both wherever they are there, and also how in a collaborative, cooperative mode, we can bring this way of our transformation. And AIU, as I have seen, is deliberating and bringing mainly those issues where our all the universities come together, create that ecosystem of higher education, which is more stronger, sharing our resources as well as sharing of our knowledge. Whenever we are meeting, having conferences, and if we invite some honorable ministers, they simply put one question to all of us, that none of our universities is coming among the top 100 universities. They will never say how much support government is giving. 40% posts are lying vacant in central universities, just imagine. So this is a great challenge to us. 1160 universities. Can we think how we can share, and at least those universities have potential, push them. How they can come among them, at least, because the name of India is carrying. What I was thinking, because many of you have very good friends who are the Nobel laureate, is it possible to have collaborative research living in India, one partner with the Western countries, instead of going there, working there and getting Nobel Prize jointly there? So it is taken as Indian born, but Nobel Prize outside. So we have to think in this transformative education, that how this 2020 in 21st century, which we say that it is a knowledge-based economy and it belongs to India, is only possible when transformative thoughts have to come. And also, we have to also create trust among this community. That is very important. And learn appreciating each other. Otherwise, what we start instead of appreciating each other, finding faults in each other, which is taken by the foreign universities that these cannot come together. Have you any person coming from abroad heard that criticizing his or her own country? Never. But you see ours, just sit together, two persons, you will start criticizing third university or third college or third person. So I request you all, don't start assessing the personal, this kind of the things. Please do this transformative appreciating and also be part of AIU in supporting. Give your whatever you want to be taken up in future, in next year by AIU, your suggestions, please give in writing. We have the most dynamic, active Secretary General. You have seen so many initiatives in last 4 years she has taken. She has brought AIU in transparent way. Earlier, Vice Chancellor used to write letter to the Secretary General, what is my seniority? And the person will never write back what is your seniority because it was not maintained. Now you have seen there is a portal of seniority. You can find out what is your seniority. Transparent. These are small initiatives, but brings trust as well as create transparency. So the technology is there, it will help. And I am sure that this last West Zone conference of AIU will be in real sense transformative because West is always most advanced everywhere. And that is why in Northeast, not so much advanced. And maybe AIU has given this preference to Northeast to organize annual conference in University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya. So I request you all, please come and create the feeling in the Northeastern region that you are part of our great Indian knowledge system. And this particularly this conference will be a real conference which will also have more and more new ideas which have come as well as in future we expect. And I take this opportunity to thank a dynamic leader, Dr. Pramodji Yeloji, on having such a good team and providing such a nice hospitality and good food. As he rightly said that being Indian, we like first of thing food. When we travel from house, we take some laddu or something. We are not like Western countries that they eat anything, whatever they get. We have good liking, and because of this good liking, so much research innovation has taken in India, nowhere in the world. We should appreciate, and I thank the whole team of Professor Pramodji Yeloji that giving so much personal touch to each one of us and giving so much good hospitality. So thank you very much, and thank you very much, sir.
provided this type of tool. What will be the academic funding? Which has highest document that is 14%. And this document powder is sold $8 per capsule in Canada. But in our country, as you know, we have habit of not appreciating what they do. So it is so cheap, 400,000 rupees. But we are going to provide you. And this was developed by our Indian traditional model by AIU. And we are also trying
Other things, okay. For that also, we are developing this Punja tea packet. So Punja tea will be packet.
Everybody takes a one piece.
This is having, please see the Google and see how it reduces your case. So, since you will, if you are 70 years, you will look like 50 years.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words and appreciation. Honorable Shri Chandrakant Dada Patil, Higher and Technical Education Minister, was also supposed to join us in this valedictory session, but because of some unforeseen circumstances, he has sent his best wishes to all the elite guests, hosts, and officials from his end for successful conduct of this event. Now, every good thing has to culminate at some point or the other, and we too are heading towards drawing the curtain to this thought-provoking event. This brings us to the vote of thanks that will be delivered by Registrar Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Dr. Bhagwan Sakre.
Good afternoon. The President of today's valedictory function, Professor J.D. Sharma sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya, and Vice President AIU, Dr. Pankaj Mittal Madam, respected Secretary General AIU, Professor Pramodji Yavle sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University of Aurangabad, distinguished dignitaries present of the dais and online, my colleagues and dear friends. It's my great privilege to extend the vote of thanks on this august occasion. This day will be marked as a milestone in a contemporary age of the innovative endeavors toward the shaping the academic fabrics for ages to come. On behalf of the Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University of Aurangabad, organizing committee and distinguished invitees, and on my personal behalf, I sincerely express deepest gratitude to the Association of Indian Universities, the apex body with legacy of 98 years, for providing us with the opportunity to hold this VC meet. I express my heartfelt thanks to Professor J.D. Sharma sir, respected Vice President AIU, and Dr. Pankaj Mittal Madam, respected Secretary General AIU New Delhi, for their kind presence and words of vision. Their esteemed presence, guidance, and encouragement has definitely made us comfortable towards the organizing this grand event. I am sure and confident that in days to come, our university will never be away from your assistance and benevolence. Success of any academic meet is through the deliberations and networking that takes place during the event. And certainly, since inauguration, this meet has truly remained blessed by the talks of respected experts, remarks by respected session chairs, and constructive question and answer sessions on evaluation, reforms for transforming in higher education. And this has been possible only because of the august presence of galaxy of academic leaders of the country, respected directors of various central bodies, and coveted guest vice chancellors from University of Western Zone. It is critical to make time out of the strict busy schedule of vice chancellors. Yet you have made the time for this meet Many of you have been traveled for hours to share knowledge and experience with us. We are really indebted, sir. I must also mention with the great honor about the dignitaries who have met with us in online mode. Thanks to the technology, our interactions were seamless. This was a unique opportunity to learn from the world's best expert. I extend my heartfelt gratefulness to all the coveted guests for their esteemed time and highest academic participation throughout the event. The host university is my own institutions, and self-praising may not be correct always. However, I must admit that the incredible academic leadership, timely and proper advice, and the freedom in the decision making provided to us by our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Pramod Yevle sir, has ever remained the key point of encouragement and the indispensable factor for us to work on this event. His overall guidance and support has masterminded every bit of happening of this event. We are really, sir, indebted, sir, and will ever cherish the happiness working under your esteemed guidance and academic leadership. Sincere gratitude is also extended to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, Professor Shamsir sir, for his personal involvement in all the sessions of the event to ensure that all the points do meet toward the perfection. Honestly, I have no words strong enough to express my gratitude to my colleague, Professor Mustajib Khan sir, who is the Director of Student Development and University Coordinator of AIU for this meet. He has been the real performer of his responsibilities. Thank you, Khan sir, for the evergreen personality, never tiring attitude of you and your team undoubtedly need a sincere recognition. Special thanks to the entire technical team for making it possible to connect the experts from different corners of the country to this event. I also take this opportunity to express my deep gratitude to deans of all faculties, directors, head of the academic departments, and administrative staff of the university for their enthusiastic support, always to hand wherever required. Warm hospitality and all-round support toward the smooth ongoing of this event has been provided with the highest endeavors by the staff of Welcome Hotel Rama International. I am sure that our coveted guests had comfortable stay here and personal care of the hotel administration extended to our esteemed guests needs sincere appreciation. I am earnestly thankful to the electronic and print media persons for giving the nice coverage of this event at regional, state, and national level too. Sincere gratitude and special thanks also due to the coveted sponsor of the event who helped us in elevating the function up to the mark. The efforts are encouraging in picking up the university to its peak. Thank sponsors. An event like this meet needs support from many individual hands from back of curtain. I wish to express our heartfelt gratitude to one and all of them, with the expectation that the valedictory function will mark beginning of new thought process through the learning of last 2 days. Once again, I would like to express thanks from my core of heart who are directly or indirectly involved in organization and making this event to a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Vice Chancellor of Mahatma Gandhi Missions has invited all the visiting Honorable Vice Chancellors. If the time permits, VCs are requested, Honorable Vice Chancellors of various universities are requested to kindly meet Dr. Sabka for the visit. I'll now request everyone to please rise for national anthem.
Gana mana adhinayaka jaya bharata bhagya vidhata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Dravida Uttarvanga Vindhya Himachala Yamuna Uchala Jaladhi Shubh naame jage शुभ आशीष मांगे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल
Everyone. Organizing committee members are requested to proceed to the dais for a group photograph. All the dignitaries and esteemed officials are requested to proceed for lunch thereafter. With due permission of the chair, I hereby declare that this session is over. Kindly, all the organizing committee members are requested to proceed to the dais in